You are my God, my hiding place, my hiding place, my safe refuge, my treasure, Lord, you are my friend and King, anointed one, most holy. You are my God, I praise you. Because you're with me, because you're with me, because
I'll not be moderating the whole program. I will moderate only from now up to 11 a.m. Then after that, someone else will come and take over from me. And without wasting time, I invite the choir to lead us into the national anthem. Then after that, the East African anthem and the Alu anthem. And eventually, Ellen will lead us into the Caritas anthem. You're welcome.
Oh,
be a prayer that I will be the one to lead. But as we pray, I would like to bring to your attention the intention that we want to put in this prayer to guide us during this Caritas week. Take a text from the Bible and read it, and eventually I will announce the intentions. After that, I'll request you to pray together with me with the bishops, using the prayer for the Synod of Bishops. That is what is going to happen. So our theme for this week is what we are seeing put up here: Caritas Regenerating Africa through prayer and work. And that's the theme that will guide us. And I read it from the Bible, where we have derived that theme from. Chapter 2, verse 15 of the book of Genesis. It reads, "The Lord God then took the man and settled him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate and care for it. The Lord God gave the man this order: You are free to eat from any of the trees of the garden, except the tree of knowledge of good and evil. From that tree you shall not eat. When you eat from it, you shall die." Genesis chapter 2, verses 15 to 17. The word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God.
Friends in Christ, guided by that text of the Bible taken from Genesis chapter 2, verse 15, you realize that we are no longer following the mandate that has been given to us by God, and therefore there is serious need for us to rethink and think about the regeneration of Africa, not only Africa, but of the universe, that we are guided by the will of God and His original intention for creating us. We are also uniting with the Pope. We are aware that this kind of event is always organized during Lent, and during Lent we have a theme that the Pope has given us. From the desert, God leads us to freedom. And as he talks about that, he considers freedom and concern for others. And he picks this from the book of Exodus, when God had that concern for his people in Egypt, the Israelites who were suffering from there. He had concern for them, and therefore got for them a remedy that would lead them out of the land of Egypt. Secondly, he also talks about the enemies of freedom. We know that, yes, we want to be free, but we have some enemies of freedom, and those are the things we really need to fight against. And he also talks about freedom and communion. Freedom and communion. Our freedom should lead us into communion with our brothers and sisters, but not in isolation. Otherwise, it becomes something different. And for that reason, taken from the text, you realize that we are still continuing to eat from the forbidden tree instead of protecting creation. And resources up to 1.8 times faster than what the planet's biocapacity can generate. And that is not good for us. That the Earth has warmed almost 0.9 degrees Celsius, 1.6 degrees Fahrenheit, since the world hit the be of concern to all of us. And if we are to continue at this rate, then we need to have two planets, according to something as they're saying, okay, the rate at which we are moving, then it would require that we have two planets in order to sustain the demands of our current population without destroying nature. Regenerative food agriculture, and I think some people will give us eventually some highlights on that. We need to think about the land use practices. We need to talk about innovative climate, regenerative business and supply chain solutions. We need to consider to promote public health and protect it as well, and to manage and restore ecosystems across Africa. But as we do this, we don't limit ourselves only to Africa. With that brief I have given, I request you to stand up and pray with me using the prayer of the bishops on synodality. I request you to stand up as well. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We stand before you, Holy Spirit, as we gather together in your name, with you alone to guide us. Make yourself at home in our hearts. Teach us the way we must go and how we are to pursue it. we are weak and sinful. Do not let us promote disorder. Do not let ignorance lead us down the wrong path, nor partiality influence our actions. Let us find in you our unity, so that we may journey together to eternal life and not stray from the way of truth and what is right. All this we ask of you, who are at work in every place and time, in the communion of the Father and the Son, forever and ever.
Amen. Father Hilary and Assistant Director Father Dennis Oshana and the national team with us here. All directors from Caritas from respective dioceses in Uganda, women desk leaders who are here with us, Honorable MP Isaac Etuka is here with us, Member of Parliament from Adiokolo constituency. The district leaders who are here with us, agricultural production officers, our dear priests, and all our invited guests. Good morning to you all.
Good morning, Father.
I take this opportunity to warmly welcome you to Caritas Nebbi. You are most welcome. National Caritas Week 2024, Feel at Home. Recalling the Golden Jubilee of Caritas existence in Uganda, which we are all aware we celebrated last year in Kasanaluero under the leadership of the Diocese Administrator, Monsignor Francis Panga, and Father Hilary, by then the Director Kasanaluero. The cross represents the burning love of Christ who died for humanity. And this is the symbol they handed to me, that this year we shall have the 14th national celebration in Gulu, Ecclesiastical Province, but in particular, Nebbi Catholic Diocese. And we took on that mantle, being supported by the national team, and now we are here today. This is the day and this is the week. So you're welcome. We continue with the celebration. By then I was still the Assistant Director Caritas Nebbi. It is a privilege to me to organize this event now as the Active Director, not the Assistant. So I've acted already for 11 months. Thank President Caritas Nebbi and board members Caritas Nebbi for your generous support and guidance. The last 13th Caritas Week we celebrated with Monsignor Francis Damira, marking 50 years of Caritas in Uganda, and now he's not with us. For a moment of silence, let us continue to pray for his soul. Eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let your precious light shine upon him. May his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
Preparation for Martyrs' Day, the celebration of Namugongo, which will be on 3rd June this year. And it is also a privilege for our diocese to animate. That's why when you see the logo we have designed for this celebration, it has the context of the shrine of Namugongo on top. You can see on your program the shrine of Namugongo. So whatever we are doing in that context, and that is the message from the logo. So I wish you all a very joyous and warm stay in Caritas Nebbi. Be blessed. Thank you.
Now as I invite the next person to come and give his remarks, the National Director, I will request that at your level, you do the introduction of the other dioceses, the representatives who are here. You're most welcome.
My Lord Bishop Raphael, Bishop of the Diocese of Nebbi, the Catholic Diocese of Nebbi, or Nebbi Catholic Diocese. Nebbi Catholic Diocese, and of course, dear Member of Parliament present, dear directors of various dioceses, and the women coordinators and the staff, and dear all invited guests. So I'm going to give you a short version so that you can be at peace. Okay, the first one, the Hillary is not a problem. Hillary is not a problem. I'm Father Hillary. Now the other one, the important, call me Moheza. I think Mr. Lodi, that one you can manage. Moheza. But if you want to really be complicated, you can say Moheza Ngamo. Moheza Ngamo. So that name comes from a very long distance to Nebbi. And I'll give you later in our casual conversations what it means. We are so excited to be here, my Lord Bishop, together with the entire team from the Caritas in Uganda. I would like to thank you so much. And it brings a lot of people from all corners of the country. So I thank you so much, together with the acting director and the entire Caritas Nebbi team, together with all the Christian communities of the Catholic Diocese of Nebbi. Especially at the time when we are also organizing for Namugongo. This is a big sacrifice, and I want us to put up our hands and thank the Bishop for accepting to organize, and also according to the ecclesiastical provinces we have. I will start with the Archdiocese of Mbarara. So the people from Mbarara Archdiocese as a diocese, that one. Mbarara Archdiocese, please. We have Monsignor Uchenya over. My Lord Bishop, a little bit of the history of Caritas. Oh, I've forgotten. Caritas Uganda National Office, led by Father Dennis Ochanda, the Assistant National Director, and let us all stand up one here. You are most welcome, Caritas Uganda. Thank you so much. A little bit about the history of, I believe, was adopted from the Caritas Internationalis assemblies, which take place once every 4 years in a row. In that assembly, all the 162 member countries of Caritas Internationalis gather in Rome to discuss various issues pertaining to the running of the organization, but also to share experiences and to build unity. Similarly, Uganda in the year 2010 adopted this way of working, meeting, and this was introduced to us by His Grace Archbishop Cyprian Kistolwanga, who was the Vice President of Caritas Internationalis, but also the President of Caritas Africa and the President of Caritas Uganda. So we want to, as we also think about our friend, long-serving staff of Caritas, the National Director of Caritas Uganda, Monsignor Francis Ndamira, together they introduced this idea to us in the year 2010, starting with Kampala Diocese. So I want us to spend a minute, a moment of silence to remember those two great men in this Caritas Uganda. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen. We want to applaud you, Nebbi Catholic Diocese, for taking the bull by the horn and giving us such a powerful theme that we are running on right now. Caritas, regenerating Africa through prayer and work. This theme, when it was introduced to us through the director office, and also introduced it to our national Caritas president, Bishop Severus Jumba, Bishop of Masaka Diocese, and it touched all of us. We started to know that this theme, we even played around it to make it even sweeter. And we said, Caritas, regenerating Africa through prayer. We said, just work is not enough. We even put hard work. But we said this Caritas regenerating and Africa, we said Africa only, humanity. Caritas regenerating humanity through prayer, hard work, and charity. But we said we maintain this for our event and also for our Caritas week. But we have reached at the moment we need to really regenerate Africa, we need to regenerate humanity. Talk more about this thing. Before I conclude, I want to tell you that just a week back, I went in Rome, and one of the things that has taken me to Rome, they invited us to discuss issues about the wars that are going on in the world, in Ukraine, in Russia, but particularly in the Holy Land, in the West Bank, in Gaza, in Syria, and in Palestine. We had all those people from that region represented, and as the Caritas Internationalis, we are all touched by their stories, but of course we also told them our stories, and we share into the same experience. Caritas, as the second largest charitable institution in the world, is greatly felt by its contribution in the whole world, and we should continue to be felt by development works, by charitable works. But also, we want to add that we should be felt by our own strength. That is not only dependent, but also that is sustainable. So, we would like to encourage during this theme, during this week, as we move along, to reflect also about our three core mandates. Charity. We can do development, but if we don't learn how to give, we shall have scored outside our home. Teach our own people to learn how to give. Where we beg money for Caritas, that's what they have taught their children and grandchildren. We need to teach the same to our children and grandchildren, to give, starting from the community up to the top. Number two, certainly we need to develop, to help people to develop. And Pope Francis put a full institution of integral human development in the dicastery. Also there is the dicastery for charity. And there is this dicastery for human integral development. Looking at development, looking at climate change. Father has helped us to elaborate more about it in the prayer. Looking at other elements, gender and other elements that help us to realize change in the way we do things. But we can not do those things very well if we are baseless. If our base is only on international donors. We need to build strong structures and systems that will help us to raise funds to continue this work. We need to build strong structures and even build reserves. Money that is there waiting when an emergency occurs. Just think about emergencies that occur in Uganda, and whenever they occur, we all sit on our desks and start writing the proposals. By the time the proposals are received where we send them, people have died. By the time they send the money, the thing has ended. What do we do with that money now? Issues of transparency, issues of accountability, issues of, because we are totally thinking about the other thing. But also, let's know that there is too much money here in Uganda. I'm not working in the taxation department, but the members of parliament are here. They will tell us how much money is gotten from Uganda through taxes alone. So, if money is gotten through taxes for other things, it can also be gotten for charity purposes. Long-lasting systems and structures that will help us to move forward. The theme that is going to be also run about production and marketing is very pertinent in this conference today. And I would like us to think about one more thing: professionalizing small-scale farmers. We are all, so we need to teach ourselves how to do it better. I want to conclude by wishing all those who succeeded in getting good things this year, and in a special way I want to recognize Father Joseph Musana, who celebrated 25 years in a priesthood. Congratulations, Father. Things like that, graduations. I wish you wonderful celebrations and good Caritas week. Thank you so much.
For those wonderful words you've shared with us in your remarks. And as a moderator, I will be remembered for not keeping time, but we are all responsible for that because we started late. The good news is that as we welcome Bishop, which I am not able to do, I will again request the National Director to come and do the needful to invite the Bishop, the President of Caritas, Nebbi, to deliver his remarks to us. Thank you very much.
My Lord Bishop, allow me to invite you to come and offer your remarks. Thank you very much. Let's go. Okay.
So with this, I also observed the protocol that was presented elaborately by the Caritas Nebbi Acting Director, Father Benedict. But in a particular way, I welcome the MPs. My friend, has been a long time since we last met, and welcome, and other people. And Father Hilary said you have a long name. Moheza, you can stop it there. It's a long name for a short man, which is okay. I just want to say a couple of things. One, to welcome you, and we warmly welcome you to Nebbi. Nebbi, by climate is warm, and we want to retain that. Let us feel at home. And I want also to convey apologies from the bishops who are supposed to be here. The Bishop President Caritas Uganda, Bishop Jumba of Masaka, he prepared to come, but he got some challenges of health and he could not come. So he asked me to stand for him. I don't know how, but I'm standing. And that may be the reason why I will combine the two things as I stand here, welcoming you and also saying maybe a word on his behalf, and mostly in line with the topic that is chosen. And the Archbishop of Gulu, Archbishop is the president of Justice and Peace Commission in the conference. And the Justice and Peace Commission is part and parcel of Caritas as it is now understood by the Holy Mother Church. Pope Francis has put them together, no separation. He apologized for a time being, but he hopes to be here on Saturday and stay with us all through to Sunday for the conclusion. So we pray for him, and we hope to meet him soon in the other exercises that will follow. So the Caritas Uganda, under the leadership of the director, Father Hilary, and his deputy, Father Dennis, who should not be so much a stranger here. In fact, you know this place and you know the people, so you can help us coordinate well. So I thank you for this leadership, for the organization Caritas Uganda. That is very, very helpful for all our dioceses. We call Caritas the development wing of the diocese, each diocese. And that is very, very important. It's pertinent for our operations. And before I go to this, also somehow introduce Nebbi Diocese. Nebbi Diocese. Somehow I introduce Nebbi Diocese. When we talk of Nebbi, as a diocese, Nebbi Catholic Diocese, it covers 4 districts. Nebbi itself, we have Pakwach, we have Zombo, we have Madiokolo. And the name stands Nebbi because by the time of the erection, all this area, except part of Madiokolo, was Nebbi. We call it now the Greater Nebbi. Pakwach, Zombo, Nebbi, all together, and one name, Nebbi District. And that is how it took the name. But now the split of the political divisions of the area, Nebbi remains as a district, and also with the name in our Catholic language, name of the diocese. So in Rome, in Vatican, this is how we are known, Nebbiensis, they call it. It is a very particular name. So this is how the name came. As a diocese, or rather Nebbi as a town, I think you have seen it already. Those of you who arrived during the day, when you pass through the main street, you have seen it all. It reminds me of a place we went to in Spain, Valencia, one time for a meeting, and it was so nice. Then as a diocese, as a diocese, is also not very, very big, not very, very extensive. I can say in a day, you can make a round of the diocese. On the northern part is Rhinocam. And I can say if you live here by 6 or even 7, maybe you can take your breakfast already in Rhinocam. And when you take breakfast in Rhinocam, you move along the Nile, you can take breakfast. If you want, you can take also another tea or water because sometimes it's hot. But you can continue along the Nile, going to Lake Albert. You find yourself in Padimore. There you can have your lunch. And Nebbi as a town. And will be interesting that you find time also to tour the place so that you see how the setup, geographic setup is all like. So that is by way of introduction. Coming back to the theme, Caritas Regenerating Africa through prayer and work. Last year, when the cross and the candle of Caritas came to Nebbi, Father Benedict asked me whether I would think of a theme. And then this idea came to my mind. And it is, we can say, referring to the mind of our founder, St. Daniel Comboni, imbued by love, filled by love of God, passion for Africa. And his dream was, let Africa be regenerated. Let Africa be regenerated. There is one particular thing that Comboni always pays attention to. When he's speaking about Africa of a place, he always uses the personal pronoun Africans. Africans. He was a people-centered, not cosmos-centered person. So he wanted to see the people themselves uplifted. And that is where maybe the gist of the matter will come. And so this idea is linked with the thoughts that I always considered important in having our ministry done in the way that Comboni held it. And what was very important in the mind of Comboni when he's thinking of how to regenerate Africans, Comboni said there are 3 things in the mission, very essential things in the mission. You need the cross, which I believe is also the symbol of Caritas. The cross, representing life of faith, that for him is very essential. The second, when you say men, we mean women also, and humanity as now it is being translated. You need men in the mission. There the question remains, what kind of men? That we can also clarify. You can clarify. And when we talk of men, it came to my mind, I should also thank the choir that sang the Athens, the 3 Athens of Uganda, of East Africa, and also Caritas. The angelic choir, thank you very much. And there I saw the balance of gender in the choir. 2 men at the corner, but their bass was very powerful amidst 10 women. So thank you very much, dear choir of, I call it the choir of Maria, but it's okay. So thank you for that. So Comboni said, the cross, man. The third, he said, needs this. And Africa needs to regenerate itself based on these 4 elements, 4 components, essential for the mission. why was Komboni very particular on these issues? One, because he really saw the suffering that was there in Africa in his time. Komboni lived in the 19th century, time of slavery, when Africa was considered to be a dark continent. So you can imagine the difficulties and the challenges of life that existed then. That time they called Africa the dark continent. But today, how different are we from being dark continent? That was a question to be answered still. But he saw it at that time that in order to uplift Africa, the situation in Africa, and uplift the Africans, you need these three things. Faith must be a pillar we should not forget, because no person can be fulfilled without God. And this will try to elevate the problems that Africa was facing then. But again in 2009, during the Second African Synod, Pope Benedict's introductory speech, that Africa is bleeding, Africa is bleeding, is bleeding, because the signs of pains and sufferings seem to be so eminent in Africa. Literacy and all these kind of things you consider bad for progress of human person. They seem to be so present in Africa. I'm happy that Caritas, you leaders, you met in Rome to talk about the situations in the world, the wars and around. But you forgot, as the media has forgotten, the terrible war that is in Sudan. The country is devastated. Khartoum as a city doesn't exist anymore. Even the bishop, the Archbishop of Khartoum is not there. He's in Port Sudan. His office is devastated. The newspaper is devastated. All those structures. And the war is still ongoing. Unfortunately now, we talk only one war or two. But there are many others. In Africa, the major one going on is that one, then Somalia and so forth. And then the one in Congo. All these things, they are there. They are there. So, Africa is bleeding. And if we look at Africa with the eyes of Komboni, with the eyes of Pope Benedict the 16th, probably then we may be moved by pity. Unless we are moved by pity, we don't act. Unless we are touched by the sufferings of the people. Caritas will stand by name. Will stand by name. It's empty. It is like the frame of a picture without a picture inside. It's empty. No beauty in it. So Africa is bleeding. And if you see all the different components that we have leading us or surrounding us, the signs are there. And so this idea of Komboni remained very strongly grafted in his spirituality. And his desire is, why can't we pull forces together and see how we can uplift our people, Africa? It's not enough to talk about these problems. It's not enough. It's not just slogans. It's a style of life that needs to change. And that style of life should challenge us day by day. How can that be? It's a belief. We must believe that is a real problem. And Komboni called it, it is the time for Africa. It is the Kairos. It's the Kairos. The punctual time to make Africa start the journey of bringing out new life into itself, so that it may be possible to see the signs, And so one of the things, the components or roadmap that Komboni liked to put across for all of us was this, that this is a very enormous project of life, which in his time also challenged some cardinals. When he presented his plan for the regeneration of Africa, which plan he conceived in 1864, some cardinals said, impossible, impossible. But Komboni insisted. He said, look, look, there are already some prophetic voices of heroes who are working to help Africa. He names some. They may not make sense to you, but let me mention them. Lieberman, Olivieri, Matza. Matza was the person who educated Comboni himself. He called them the heirs of the apostolic zeal of Africa to regenerate Africa. He also contacted some organizations, the ones of Vienna, Cologne, which is still helping many ways in charities, the one in Paris and Lyon. And this is said that already organizations that are irrigating the souls of people who believed that Africa can be regenerated. We must believe in it. Without a belief, as I mentioned, this is going to be just a mere slogans and reports. And this will turn always as a circle of our life, which I believe is a waste of time and resources. What a Comboni underlined is invest in education. Invest in education. Not any kind of education, but an education that should prepare. He called it gallant uomo, a gentleman. And who's a gentleman? A gentleman is a civil person, civic, if you can say, civilized, because he is imbued to do honorable things. He's a kind of person who is imbued to do honorable things. And that kind of education is what is going to transform the lives of the peoples in Africa. You know, we have so many people who are called honorable, though they do horrible things. And that is now the challenge. Comboni believed the other way around. If our education can prepare very civilized people who are imbued to do honorable things, then the transformation of Africa is going to be possible. It will be possible. That means he's the kind of person educated to resist to poor governance, to resist to corruption, and look at the people as the people put in front of him by God, so that they may be helped. Be helped in the spirit of the faith that we can really appreciate. And so the education needs to be revised. Investment in good education should be primary in every charitable work, especially in trying to bring forth the goodness that charity, Caritas, wants to do in the world. You may have structural development. If you are poor people who are not virtuous, that is a waste, and experience has shown that. But I believe we are not looking at that. Is the kind that program of regeneration of Africa stands on. And surely Father Janvier will elaborate how Comboni conceived and the plan in details, how it can help us come out of it. We are in life maybe deceived by what Comboni called patina. He used the word patina. Is an Italian word, also Latin I believe is patina. It means somebody who, he says, he puts on airs of holiness. He appears humble. He appears good. And he says, patina, those who look at us like this. Be careful of those. Be careful of those. The patinas, those who souls. This is the problem we have in our society, in Africa, even in the church. Too many patinas. And that is part of the challenge you want to say. If education is to be good, then it should help address that issue of appearances, of being righteous to serve, of being careful to serve. And insist that In life, we can easily be moved by dealing with effects, not going to touch the causes of problems. Rarely do we touch the causes of problems. And it is now difficult in our time because nobody has the courage to touch the real problem. The real problem. When you touch it, we create problems, that is sure. But without that, we also know we can go nowhere. We can go nowhere. Let us look at the walls. What is the problem? Left and right. Left and right. Patinas are many. Unless we care truly about the salvation and conversion of souls, we will not move much. So, if we educate people who will be fired with love, with Caritas, this is what will transform the life. This is what will make the Caritas a living reality, a hope-filled organization. And so, my appeal, request, let us look at educating our people in the true sense of education. In the true sense of education. Educating people who, like St. Joseph, who is labeled as the righteous man, the just man. This is what the world is waiting for. This is what the world needs. Are we able? Are we able? Because it is the work of evangelization. Are we able? Much as we are dealing with emergencies, we are dealing with the effects of these evils that we live by. The cause should not be forgotten in our operations. How much I wait and pray that Caritas Uganda, Caritas of the dioceses, Caritas Nebbi or Kampala or Kindamitiana, how much they can also help our society look at the need of having truly the honorable people that Comboni emphasized in Africa, for Africa. And one of his slogans was, save Africa with Africa. And it can only happen because in things where the persons are educated in that manner, they will do it. We have the resources. Finally, we had DPC, Diocese and Pastoral Council in November, last November. We had a guest speaker. He came very simply, a priest from a certain diocese. He shared his story. And what he shared, and that parish has no church. It was in the bush. What kind of outstation, you can say. His heart said, why did Bishop send me here? But again, he was touched. He said, let me go. Let me go. And he went. So when he went, he had one question. What do I see? What do I see? His focus was on the possibilities that could be found in that place. What do I see? He saw the land, he saw the good soil, and he started these activities. It is a flourishing parish. Africa, what do we see? Caritas, what do we see? The national director is saying, let us regenerate our energies and begin supplying the resources ourselves. This will happen when our eyes begin saying, what do we see? For many, I believe, in our dioceses, we see projects, donors. We have never pulled down, what do we see? The land, the possibility, and so forth. What do we see? I don't know how many dioceses exploit the resources they have, be it land and things like that. One of the challenges I have here in the parishes is we have very good land. And many are not small, but we don't see them. But we want to begin seeing them. And I pray that Caritas, let us ask ourselves, what do we see? What are we seeing? I think we can generate resources. We can generate resources. And I believe even Nebbi will generate resources. If you make the tour, see the land, advise us. If we can get help from outside, secondary, complementary. Aside Caritas, I think tomorrow if I say I need some money, you should not tell me there's no money. If you tell me that, it means you have not seen. And I want you to see. This should be the way. This should be the way. What do you see? That priest inspired me with that statement. I saw, he has planted trees. In the next few years, trees will be like gold in most of our areas here. Our garden and so on. So thank you, dear members, and thank you for the patience from long sometimes. I wish you a very fruitful exchange of ideas, fruitful meeting, and stay well, enjoy Nebbi. Enjoy Nebbi. For those who are coming to Nebbi for the first time, enjoy it maximally. And we are here to help you. God bless you.
Is anybody among us here who can speak the mind of the president of Caritas Uganda? Then that person should be the president of Caritas Nebbi. And I believe he has just done that. We used to have a rector who would say, me and the vice rector, we are one. So the bishops are one. So when you are here, we see the whole church. Thank you very much for that. Allow that it takes 30 more minutes. So that after that, we go for our tea break. Instead of having a tea break at 11, we have it at 11:30. I think is that okay with us? It's fine, that's fine then. I request also the cameraman to come and give us the keynote address on the theme, Caritas Regenerating Africa through prayer and work. Because you know when somebody is giving a keynote, some people prefer not to talk so much about it.
But before going there, he went to Cairo to learn Arabic. So he worked in Khartoum for quite a number of years. Then after Khartoum, he went to Congo, and that is his home country. He worked from Congo for a while. He was sent for studies. And with these studies, I felt he's the right person who could present this topic. He went and studied in Rome the social doctrines of the church for regeneration of peace. And that is his area of specialization. So when he finished there, he was sent to South Sudan. And when he went to South Sudan, he didn't stay long. The war broke, and then they came to Palorinya. Now he's staying with the refugees in Palorinya, near Ubongi, and he is the chaplain of the refugees there. I think those of you who know Palorinya, itself is like a parish. The setup is like a parish. They have over 8 outstations in Palorinya itself. So it's a big community of people who have left there. So I believe that Janvier will be the right person to present to us what is this topic about, relating it with the mind of St. Daniel Comboni, who loved Africans so much that he thought we need to be strict in regenerating life for the peoples of Africa. Africa is suffering, but he offers opportunity and possibilities of bringing a life and hope to Africa. So Janvier, you are welcome, and we hope you link well with the community that you are going to talk to. Welcome. We have
we always feel much more brothers, confreres, friends than all the protocols. We are very, very familiar. So sometimes he himself or Damiano or Philip or now all the others, when we meet, we just find ourselves just confreres and brothers and friends. So my Lordship Raphael, the Catholic Bishop of Nebbi Diocese, the MPs and all the political leaders, my dear Caritas directors of different communities, brothers and sisters in Christ, I'm very pleased to be with you today and to share with you just the little I can. When I saw this theme or the topic chosen, I was moved when the bishop told me about it. I say this topic is both moving, challenging, and provocative. And what we are going to do today, the little I'm going to present here, is just like a slight introduction to this huge theme, which could take even 2-3 years to go through. And because here we are only the sample of Africa. If it is Caritas to regenerate Africa, then we could consider the African Caritas communities. All of those working in the Caritas for the whole of Africa. So we could deepen. So we are like the messengers, the first messengers for this topic. And I hope that through His Lordship and all the other bishops, you will push until we shall have the possibility of sharing it at the African level, as far as the topic stands here. Another thing is that I would like to ask you to be very, very patient with me. If somebody wants to laugh, he can just raise his hand, because I am a French speaker, my English is just broken. Don't just put your hand to laugh under, you can just lift up your hand to tell me your French is so broken, your English is so broken that I didn't understand if I can ask for somebody to translate. I was thinking to have a prayer with which we're going to start. It is not in the competition because we have here Caritas Week, but there was that prayer of Laudato Si Week that we had last year. So this is what I prepared that we may project, but if I do technologically something went wrong and it brought another thing. So my work here is going to be divided into 3 parts, 3 only. The first one, which is a bit long, talks about the Caritas in its various ways. Caritas regenerating Africa through prayers and work. The passage I have here is only Genesis 2:15. The Lord told the man, took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and care for it, to take care. So we are here called to take care of what we have. Not only what we have, but what we are and where we are. This is the care God wants us to take. Of one another, of our milieu, and of ourselves. We'll see something afterwards. This is an initiative that aims to bring about positive change and development in Africa by combining the power of prayer. Prayer is a power. And active participation in work and the projects. Work and the projects. So we have projects. We project our future. And when we work, as they say, governing is like prévoir. Gouverner, c'est prévoir. To govern is to foresee. You cannot just govern ngulu ngulu. you have to foresee what comes tomorrow. I have power here in the church, in the small community, in the country. You have to see what have to come after for my people and myself. The phrase regenerating Africa suggests the focus on revitalizing and uplifting the continent by addressing various challenges and promoting what? Growth and the prosperity. So if we are thinking about regenerating Africa, we want to make Africa great and prosperous. I like my friend that somebody don't like so much, Trump. Trump, after the first election, his campaign was, make America great again. Make America great again. For him, all those who have just ruled before him, they have pulled America down. They have belittled America. You want America to be made great again. He's coming back again with the same slogan. So which means, if you want to regenerate Africa, we have to make it indeed great. So Caritas, as we know, is a global confederation of Catholic charitable organizations. What you are, you do all this work to alleviate poverty and promote social justice worldwide, including in Africa, of course. You are doing a great job. But Caritas Regenerating Africa, through its work, refers to the effort of Caritas at the international level in order to help the African continent to promote sustainable development, alleviate poverty, address social injustices. By partnering with communities, Caritas empowers individuals, strengthens institutions, and there is to give the ground to Caritas for its own operation. Operating ground. That you see that the Caritas, being a church-grounded institution, must follow the church teaching. I am living in Palorinia. I have this experience that we can easily slide when we meet ourselves among us as organizations, humanitarian organizations. We can slide easily if we don't keep our ground. And the last one is exactly to see how Caritas can create a way forward for the regeneration of Africa. In the first section, I'm going to leave it out, but I want us to know if really in the line with what you are doing, all the Caritas services in Africa, you are going to support the SDGs programs for the Agenda 2023, because you are within that perspective. And you know that you have these SDGs, which are the Sustainable Development Goals, which are common, universal goals for all the United Nations members to transform the world into a fairer, more prosperous, peaceful society, a peaceful society by 2023. And I hope Caritas is very much involved in the implementation of these goals. You can take any of them, like education. You know how you are strong in promoting sustainable development. We see how Caritas supports community development projects in agriculture, water, sanitation, education, and healthcare to help improve living conditions and empower local populations. That's what we want. You are advocating for social justice. You are right. Social justice. Advocate for policies and practices that promote social justice, in a particular way, distributive justice. If you are doing so I believe you are helping our governments in order to set up policies that development will be equal for all the people. And that the wealth of our countries are distributed equally to all the members of the society. This is what you have to be behind. Protect the human rights and address the root causes, what the Bishop was saying. We address the root causes of poverty and inequality in Africa. This is very important for us because sometimes we are just patching, we don't go deep. You remember the difference between Elder Camara and Madre Teresa. One day Elder Camara said, when I give food to the poor, they say I am very, very charitable. When I ask why they are poor, they say I am a communist. Madre Teresa will say, I don't ask why this person is suffering. I found somebody in need, I just take, I feed, I give shelter. That's all. This is not, we are many. Just to say, we have to help each other. One, of course, you find somebody hungry, you don't pass all the time asking, but why are you hungry here? What are you doing here? You feed that one. But another will come to say, this work you are doing is hopeless. It's useless. If we keep on feeding all these people, we are going to multiply. Let us try to find out why they are hungry. This is what Caritas is to do. Don't go on feeding the people here and there, building small shelters. Try to find out why they don't have shelters. Why they are poor all the time. And for how long are they going to be like that? Address root causes of poverty and inequality in Africa. Now, spiritual contribution of Africa, of Caritas in Africa, you know it? Caritas Internationalist is a confederation of over 160. That one, we know it. The president spoke of 162. So we put in a term that you can cover all the others which come after. And so what they promote in Africa, the values of love, compassion, solidarity, which are intrinsic to the teachings of Christianity. Caritas work in Africa to foster a sense of hope, unity, resilience, and also work in order that there will be all these elements among individuals facing adversity. Caritas helps the people in Africa cultivate enduring values, strengthen the faith, and find solace in times of hardship. So we are there also as good Samaritans. Caritas is working as a good Samaritan also in Africa. Embrace their humanity and work towards a more just and compassionate society. So while you are working to alleviate suffering, you must work in the way that you make the people to become compassionate. And when you forgive somebody who has done something wrong, go and don't repeat the same. Go and do the same when you act positively. Go and don't repeat the same when you act negatively. Jesus was as clear as water. So we should not mislead ourselves. When we help the people, let us teach the people to help the others. And let us help the people to help as well. It is the witness of the church within the society. It's to me to live out the evangelical values within the society. And the Caritas, you are doing that. How to become witnesses of love, peace, reconciliation, and mercy within the society from the example of Jesus himself. That's what we call it social doctrine of the church. So you embrace these values, formed by the wisdom of church leaders and shaped by the daily experience. Catholics everywhere, it gives us a moral compass to find our way. Then we say that at the Caritas, our mission is based on the core principles of Catholic social teaching. Here are 9 principles illustrated by some of the church's most resonant texts and the stories from our work. There are more. It depends on which source you take. We have more than this. We have integral human promotion, dignity, solidarity, the common good. We have also, we call it universal destiny of good. And this common good. The option for the poor, care for creation and nature, peace, participation, role of government, and subsidiarity. It is nice that we have the government officials here, and here the principle of subsidiarity is really to see how we can cooperate with all the forces working for the kingdom. Integral human promotion. This is how the Pope has chosen even to put together what once we used to call Justice and Peace Commission, Justice and Peace. Integral human promotion, where we work together even for the refugees. Now, I found it hard that we don't have Caritas in working really in the camp, or it is very, very weak. It's a participation. Most probably because we have many NGOs who are doing almost the same thing, but our Caritas is a little bit less. The truth of development consists in its completeness. If it does not involve the whole person and every person, it is not a true development. This is Pope Benedict who said it in the Caritas in Veritate, 2009, paragraph 18. The truth of development consists in its completeness. If it does not involve the whole person and every person, it is not a true development. So which kind of development do you offer to the people? Does it involve all the people and the whole of the person, or just some aspects? Yesterday we were watching something there at the bishop's house. The poor who have been addicted by this new drug created that can be used. Just the poor people, many have been died in taking that drug. They say it is stronger than heroin. Seeing those people in the big cities of America and elsewhere, we say our poor are quite well, much better than theirs. Because the poor elsewhere, you see really that they have lost the sense of the dignity of the person. Our poor have them, they manage somehow. So then when we say these are developed countries and they have this kind of people at their doors, in their streets, can you speak about development? No. This is a partial development. But when they speak, they have the arrogance of talking, we are developed, we were underdeveloped, or on I don't know what. You are not developed when you build a big amara. And then inside you love, you miss, even you don't have a little love for another person. The church teaches us that human development must be holistic. And it cannot be restricted to economical growth only. Economy has flourished, yes. Maybe finance, whatever it is. This is not development, my dear. And in fact, it must be holistic. Body, soul, spirit. A complete person. As we have seen sometimes, the people in the village, they blame us. And they tell us that you are the ones who have destroyed the country. You that have studied many things, you have destroyed the country. Why? Because we have filled here and the heart has remained empty without God. And if we don't have God's love in us, we will not do anything good for our society. This one you can go and check in all the books of the world. If you have filled all the head, here is empty, we are good for nothing. for our society. The person created at the image and likeness of God. Complete, not half of it. It cannot take place at the cost of the earth, but must allow the human person to flourish in harmony with the creation. We cannot be developed, but our earth is suffering. The first time I have been participating in what we call World Social Forum. You know this gathering, no? World Social Forums. In 2009, we had it in Belém. In Brazil, in Belém, Amazonia. It was the first time that we go exactly to that side. And then we came up with exactly the concept of the nature. The nature is not something outside there. The ecology, the environment is not something out there. We are the nature. Not only part of it, we are the nature. So what we destroy out there, the forest, the region, we find is the compendium of social doctrine of the church. The human dignity for us still today is very far away. Very far. We don't see each other when we look at the people around us as having an intrinsic dignity. And when we give the sacrament, the Christians, no? we anoint them and we give them the white garment to say, you wear this one. As a sign of your Christian dignity that you must keep up to the end. But we look at the people just without respect, without consideration. When you are up there, you see everybody like nobody. No. And they tell us that this is what is supposed to be. But when we see the reality, it is not like that. That's why with the joke, no? That we are all equal, but some are more equal. Some are more equal. This is what we see. Now, the bishop will put it here. The presidents have been in Rome talking about the wars around the world. Another one, the most important. Are we equal? Do you still think that we are equal? And we are treating each other in the spirit of brotherhood? Sururu. This is our situation. We have to be truthful with ourselves. Now we have the common good. I will spare you this. But I want to go to the last part. This is the care of creation. Caritas Norway, Caritas Holland, Caritas England. What do our Caritas do to outside? How much do we send outside? They feed us, spoon feeding. Yeah, Jama. So this is what Componi didn't want such a thing. This is what we think really is generation. The second one is major collaboration with the universal church. All the forces willing to bring their contribution to the needy and most abandoned brothers and sisters of Africa by men. So he said, when we make a bigger plan for salvation, we don't only think that our small corner. The whole church is called to collaborate through Caritas. But each one has to bring, it is like a common goal. We put it together and then we can take it. And this is what the governments are doing, but too much begging also. To become the last one, a self-reliant, self-sufficient, self-ministering church. This voice was heard again 100 years later by Pope VI in Kampala in 1969 when he calls Africans to become missionaries to themselves. You remember when Pope VI came here in Uganda. Not that you go there collecting potatoes to UK and then you become missionaries here. No. Now we are going to the rest of the world. We are everywhere. But with which capacity? So, my dear brothers and sisters, the challenging faces Caritas are many, you know them. I go to Africa through prayer and work. This will be the possible way out and suggested actions. how can we render our prayer life more effective and productive than the long denounced opium of people, leading to mediocrity of life. People spending the whole night shouting, praying, whatever. In the morning you go to do what? They go on passing the days, whatever. We must denounce this kind of prayers. This is the opium for our people. Government should intervene to see the impact of prayers on social lives of the people. Unfortunately, we see some government members, political members, because some of them are paid by some imperialist countries to come and distract us here. It is not an interference of freedom for worship, but the impact of prayer on human transformation of our societies in Africa, when even the terrorists hide under the cover of faith to destroy communities. You see, the God who gave his life for humanity, the liberating God, rather than any form of religiosity that alienates the mind and souls of so many brothers and sisters. All the other way of worship is alienation. If we don't go back to the God who died for us, and that we have to give our lives for our brothers and sisters, we won't move. We want to regenerate Africa. We are done in Africa. As far as work is concerned, the wounded Africa of history of Africa, with its modern ordeal of hunger, slavery, negative effect of climate change, and the drought, makes us postulate one crucial contribution of Caritas, if only it can dare to generate Africa, to promote agriculture as priority of priorities. I saw the Forum for Agriculture, Mabruk. Let us take one step. You have education, okay. Health, okay. Whatever it is okay. But you take one priority, agriculture for Africa. If you have to stand to do something, we have to find food security first. And here I see, for example, the example of China. Nobody knew that China was coming out with something good from China. China. Those who knew China at a certain moment, producer of rice. And yet they were fighting. It was the hunger, what you see, food security. They started to promote Caritas, please. We promote food production. The little money we get, even through begging, we invest it into food again on them. If we can write now more projects, we get them to food security. Food security, my dear brothers and sisters. Food security is number one. In French they say, le ventre affamé n'a pas d'oreille. If the belly is empty, it cannot listen. The children, if they don't eat, they cannot listen. One priority, food security. This was said many years ago by the Professor Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana in 1963. He was insisting on the unity of Africa and agriculture. I saw some universities of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Agriculture. The man fought with all his strength to have Africa united, to have Africa produce. And he was saying, and when I went to talk to the man there, there were 2-3 Africans working. And then the man said, I really wonder, in Africa, there is no soil. There is no soil there. You don't have ground there in Africa. I said, yes, of course we have. Why these Africans are coming here to look for work? They have to work in the soil there. But we send so many of our youth, they run away, they go to look for a better world. The paradise in Europe, but you find them sometimes begging. I used to shout on them when I see a young guy going with a hat at the entrance of the restaurant. My dear, my friend, you have come here just to beg. You strong guy, you come here to Europe to beg. Are you not ashamed? In France, in Italy, Steve, you go back home. Why you have to come to shame us Africans like this? Strong men who could dig and produce things. Samangwana said, once he went to Europe looking for Lubamba. Lubamba had gone there some many years before. And when he went there, he met Lubamba, he told him something. He said, Samangwana, go back home The future of Africa is digging and keeping animals. Rearing animals. Digging and rearing animals. This is the future of Africa. Samangwana immediately came back to talk. Kukata milanga pe kubongo la mibwele. To make farming and to rear animals. This is the future of Africa. Please, let us keep this in mind. We go back to our soil. Fertile soil, we concentrate our energies, we organize the people. With this, we shall fight also the climate change. If we are focalized on this. So please. And finally, we have the Professor Mazrou, He's wondering why we produce what we don't consume, underlying the land grabbing issues. That we consume what we don't produce, and we produce what we don't consume. So this is a part of neocolonialism that we are perpetrating in our country. Then the Caritas can protect also our cultural heritage, in which we can draw strength and the sense of identity for our future generations. Fight against the moral degeneration of the West tending to be imposed on us through bloody funding. That the Ugandan martyrs, they died because of a sodomy here. You are going to tell us that it is good today. Wapi. We cannot accept such a thing. So they died, then we are not going to send you money. No problem. So if we become aware and we assume our responsibility, then we become free people. We protect our dignity. And my last word is this. One of our professors of sociology in Laterano, he told us that, my dear friends, in all the traditional societies, there used to be two sectors of livelihood. Two sectors, all the societies, two sectors of livelihood which was sustaining communities. One is farming, agriculture. The second was what? Keeping animals. And the professor said, when the industrialization came, this sector disappeared, were brought to perfection. In Europe, do we still have a farming there? Do we still have animal keeping there? So, he said, these were the two. And to that, when added some other two, which were very close to them, it was the fishing and the hunting. Fishing and hunting. The people were living out of that. Farming, keeping animals, hunting, and the fishing. This is basic to feed the family. So when the mechanization came, the industrialization came, all these sectors are there. Now they have become more powerful. So much so that if we choose it here, Caritas, now we are going to collaborate with the government, not to import the machine for cultivation, to put here, to install here, the factories to produce those machines. This, you see, when we choose one thing, we abide to it, then we shall look all the other connections to make it better. But if we don't decide, we are dispersed, we go in a different orders, we will never prosper. There is a saying that if you want to get water, don't dig, you dig here, you dig, 1 meter, no, there's no water. You got the 1 meter, no. You have to dig 1 and deep. Then you get water. Caritas is go, Caritas is there, Caritas is here, Caritas is there. You are going to do everything and nothing here. We choose one thing, we abide in it, we gather our forces, our money, our begging, we put all inside there. And then we shall come up with one thing concrete. We see something is failing, we look for it and we put. You will see how we are going to prosper. And Africa will stand again. Africa will stand again. So we have seen, no, this wasn't the last time. I'm talking like my dear president, Kabota Museveni, that I love you very much. That's why I wear also the mask, because he came to Palodinia to visit us there at Kongoni. Our President Kaguta. You see, for example, Caritas, and the Red Cross. These organizations were started very slightly by someone. Do you remember who started the Caritas? Who started the Caritas? Eh? From where?
Germany.
From Germany. One priest like him. In the very early starting. One. Now how Caritas has become. The Red Cross the same. Do you start who started the Red Cross movement? Do you remember? Red Cross that you see through now, over Red Cross and the Red Crescent, because the Muslims also are inside. One man called Henry Dinam from Switzerland. He was a businessman. He went to Italy. He found people who have been after the war. You know how many wars were there in Europe? Not like here. Now, sure that we don't see, the bishop said it, are we sure we don't see the misery of our people? Are we sure we are walking with open eyes, with open ears, and we don't see? If one started in Germany, the Caritas that we are now enjoying today, one started the Red Cross, one started the congregations and many other international institutions, why not us? Why not us? Are we blind really that we don't see the misery of our people? And we cannot do anything from here? Do we have to do always the copy and the paste from elsewhere? Jama. That's why I found also that we have a very big problem in forming the voluntariate. The voluntary work is not here appreciated. We must work on this. Most of these organizations who are working out of voluntary work, you gather the people, come, let us start doing something for the others. The compassion must come out from the heart, the visceral. Jesus was moved by compassion. If you are not moved by compassion, everything you do is just a tamsilia. It is just a play, because your heart has not been moved. That's why, my dear brothers and sisters, the last conclusion is that Exodus, you write the passage, Exodus 3, Exodus 3, 7 to 10. This is we conclude with the word of God. We start with the Genesis 2:15, we finish with Exodus 3, 7 to 10. Because we are so blind that we wanted to go back to God. I have heard the cry of my children. I have seen the misery of my children. I have come down. Go to free my people. If you have not seen, this is God that is sending us for the kingdom. I have heard the cry of my children in Egypt. I have seen how they are being oppressed by the imperialists, by the new slavery, by hunger, by all these kind of plagues. I have sent you, I have come down, now I send you. Go free my people. So if you are blind, God is sending you. If you are deaf, God is opening your ears now. If you can't speak, God is talking to you now. I say, and I say, wa shukran alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh wa shukran. Ramadan Kareem to all who are
Regenerating Africa through prayer and walk, life in this fullness for humanity.
For humanity.
Humanity, that's God's love. Let's restore humanity, Christ, by rebuilding livelihoods and communities too, revealing God's love to all humanity. Caritas is revealed in this way.
executive directors of Caritas at the national and the diocesan levels, members of parliament who are with us here, the clergy, the women coordinators, the religious men and women, our commissioners from the ministries of agriculture and Ministry of Trade, our resident district commissioners who are with us here, the district chairpersons, our LC3 chairpersons and all the political and technical officers who are here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I am honored and privileged to stand before you here to make a presentation on behalf of the districts within the Catholic Diocese. I'm called Dr. Walter Kumakech. I'm a veterinarian by profession, and I'm the district production officer of Zombo district local government. In production, for those who do not know, we have about 4 subsectors. We have the subsector of agriculture that deals with food. We have the sector of veterinary services that deals with animal health and marketing. We have the subsector of entomology that deals with the sericulture and agriculture, that is beekeeping and silkworm production. Then we have fisheries. And in the districts that do not have lake shores, they do aquaculture, fish pond farming. So I'm responsible for overseeing the mandates of those different subsectors in my district. My presentation is entitled Trends and Challenges in Agricultural Production and Marketing for Smallholder Farmers. And we are particularly looking at a case of Nebbi Catholic Diocese. That is the outline of my presentation. I will look at the background, give you a brief about the Catholic Diocese. The Bishop has already helped us there. Then I will conclude with acknowledgement. Agriculture basically is the 3rd most important sector in the economy of Uganda after services and industry sectors. By 2022-2023, we had an annual agricultural survey report by UBOS that noted that at least agriculture employs 72% of the working population currently. And that is about 7 million households in Uganda. It contributes about 24% to the gross domestic product of this country. It accounts for about 33% of the export earnings of this country, and it provides most of the raw materials to the agro-based industries. And I wish to also add that agriculture actually is the bedrock of peace and development in this country. When you have a hungry population, then you know that you are going to have turmoils. And that is why every country strives to ensure that there is food security being promoted at whatever level. Agriculture is a key driver of national socio-economic transformation with positive multiplier effects on other sectors. People talk about health in this country, but I assure you health to a great extent is hinged on food. That is agriculture. You only go to the hospital when health has broken down. But if you are feeding very well, then the chances are that you may not visit the hospitals frequently. In West Nile region, and particularly in the Catholic Diocese, over 90% of the population derive its livelihood from small-scale subsistence agriculture. And that means that for all our interventions that we are targeting, we need to look at this population. However, the productivity of agriculture is limited by reliance on natural weather conditions. It's rainfall, and the widespread use of traditional methods and equipment. And these have always brought down our progress Lord Bishop helped me there, but I will just, for purpose of emphasis, go through it very fast. Nebbi Catholic Diocese is located at the gateway to West Nile, and this region is commonly called, of course, the northwestern part of Uganda. It borders the Democratic Republic of Congo to the west and Arua Diocese to the north. It comprises 4 districts, 1 municipality, 53 lower local governments, those are town councils and sub-counties. We have 224 parishes. We have 2,263 villages, which are structured under, that is the administrative structure that I've been talking about. That is how it is structured. But for purpose of emphasis here, the number of farming households are about 195,686, and 71.8% of the land that we have is arable. That is good for farming. If you look at the diocese, from Rhino Camp up to Kang in Zombo, those are some of the common enterprises that we are promoting. We have cassava as a staple food, we have beans, we have maize, we have goats, we have poultry, we have horticulture, vegetable and fruit growing. And some of the unique enterprises, these ones are basically in the highlands of Zombo. We have Arabica coffee, we have bananas, we have avocado, we have rice, apiculture is beekeeping, we have fish, we have Irish potato, and we have piggery. Okay, if you look at the climate of Zombo, it is more or less like that of Kigezi sub-region. The other enterprises that we have here is sesame. Sesame is simsim. We have mangoes, sweet potatoes, citrus, that is oranges, and sorghum. However, there is no specialization in enterprises. We are growing a variety of enterprises across the diocese. Those are some of the pictorials. As you can see them, we have cabbages there, we have Arabica coffee down there, those ones in the black, that is mushroom, and we also have apple in the Zombo. We have fish pond farming, we have Irish potato, those are the pigs that we are promoting here, and a lot of tomatoes being produced within it. What is our current trend in production and marketing? The entire diocese, we are small-scale subsistence farmers. We are basically producing for the mouth. We are relying too much on rain-fed agriculture. This region has bimodal rainfall, but the season has been limited to only one reliable season, that is the second rainy season that starts from July. And that is the only reliable rainy season that we have. And we are dependent on traditional farming methods still used in this region. So for those who want to eat quality food, then I'm telling you, food from Zombo, food from West Nile is good for you. We produce basically raw. Our produce is sold in raw form. And most of these are farm gate. And it doesn't help us. So issues of collective marketing and bulking is not there. So the region is moderately food secure. And if you look at the multidimensional poverty index report of June 2022, you will see that West Nile in northern Uganda, after Acholi sub-region, ours has been quoted at 59% and Acholi at 64%. I think that is also a debate, the subject of debate. The food security situation generally. For the diocese, we are moderately food secure. However, erratic weather patterns, rising water levels, water resources, inadequate infrastructure, poverty and socioeconomic disparities continue to undermine and exacerbate essential to effectively tackle the root causes of food insecurity and ensure a more resilient and prosperous future for all inhabitants of the region. I thank Father Xavier so much for helping me to explain this particular point that I'm talking about. We have challenges in agricultural production that are hindering our progress. One is the unpredictable rains, the rains are not there. The time now you expect that rains are stopping, rains are just starting. Yeah? So these are the pronounced effects of climate change and climate variability. Farmers' gardens, you will find that we are producing indigenous, local varieties that have actually very low productivity. For cassava, there are quite many. Masedi will tell you we have Bisimenge, Terengule, but there are so many. Yeah? Take very long to mature, but give you very little output. We have limited access to affordable and reliable electricity for industrial and domestic use. So without reliable power, you cannot promote even small-scale processing of our raw materials. There's inadequate valuation and functional storage facilities. These are all challenges. Farmers may want to buy their produce, but where are the functional facilities with adequate equipment to store those produce until they get a lucrative market? We have challenges of land fragmentation and conflicts. Of course, these are rising out of population pressure. It is worse in Zombo. At least in every sub-county, you find the number of land conflicts. And if you even go to the courts of law now, most of the cases they are handling are land-related conflicts. We have poor land management practices. Someone is burning the bush. Someone is doing all kinds of things. And this leads to biodiversity loss. And that is why you can see in some areas, some of the protected trees that we are talking about are all being cut down to leave space for farmlands. Poor economic infrastructure, especially roads. For those of you who came from the Democratic Republic of Congo, probably you would have experienced what we go through as we are going to Kenya. And I believe there is also a team that is going to Congo tomorrow. Probably follow this route and you will know what I'm talking about. The roads are terrible. We have a lot of produce up there. In the zone, bananas now are actually being called Kayamon in Zongo. Kayamon Yateju. Kayamon Ulori. There's too much banana being produced up there. The prices are low, but no one can afford to send a lorry to go and pick them there. That economy up here. We have high incidences of crop and livestock pests, diseases and vectors. There is contagious caprine pneumonia, pest Aedes petite ruminante in goats. We have contagious bovine African swine fever. In pigs, we have fall armyworm. This one has been devastating our maize. We have fruit flies, for those of you who are promoting mangoes and other fruits. We have banana bacterial wilt. We have cassava, brown streak disease. All of these are challenges that are with us here, and they limit the efforts of our farmers to break through, to break even. Even the extension services that we have are also limited because of two factors. One, we have inadequate staff. Even at Caritas, Nebbi, the number of staff that we have that are serving the communities are few. And the districts is even worse. And even those who have been put there, the facilitation is very poor. Someone expects you to reach farmers about 23 kilometers away from the sub-county headquarters on foot. Honorable MP. These are challenges that we are facing down here. And even, that is why when you go to the communities, many people are complaining that extension workers are not reaching them. First of all, you have one extension worker serving almost 2,000 farmers. How possible is that in a year? And yet the ideal ratio is one extension worker is supposed to serve only 500 farmers in a year. So one extension worker must do 4 times what he or she is expected to do. So it is inevitable that people complain that they are inadequate, they are not reaching. So there is lack of access to affordable agricultural credit facilities. Many of our farmers do not have collaterals. Even the land that they have is not registered, it's not titled. Now you go to a bank, you want at least some loan, they ask you, what is that collateral that you are going to put here? There's limited access, knowledge, and access to agricultural insurance. Agricultural insurance will help us to mitigate issues of climate change. That in the event that weather has beaten you, at least that insurance company won't take up this risk and compensate you. We have issues of stray animals that are moving about. Honorable Jackie, within uncontrolled bush burning, invasive weeds, there's a weed called golden dodder. If you look at it, it looks yellowish. And many people think that that is an ornamental. They keep picking it, but wherever it goes, it will destroy that plant. Yeah? Very invasive weed. I don't know where it came from. There's overfishing using illegal fish gears. Our farmers still have that subsistence mindset. I know about banana. Yeah? I'm selling my own. Chantong. Then there's lack of focus and specialization in enterprises across our diocese. Then there's irregularity in implementation at Albert 9. Honorable, probably you heard some 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago that our fishing community in Pakwach, around the Rhino camp, were complaining about the soldiers. Fishmongers go to pick fish wherever they're picking them from, but when they reach Pakwach, all those areas, you find this lorry is stopped and they're asking them to pay 5 million shillings on one day. So we feel that there's high-handedness and there's some level of corruption that is taking place in enforcing these fisheries act. So those soldiers, you people try to prevail over them. There are opportunities that will help us to spur socio-economic development in our diocese through agriculture. One is, as the Bishop alluded earlier, there's available fertile, arable, and vast land for people to do farming. Actually, those who are interested in promoting large-scale farming, you are most welcome to our region. The land is available. There is availability of relatively cheap labor, both skilled and unskilled, within the community here. We have conducive climate, although it is limited to only one rainy season. It can produce for you a lot of things. We have fairly flat terrain for easy mechanization. This calls for tractors. Proximity to neighboring countries for cross-border trade. DRC is not far. South Sudan is not far, and all of these also rely on agricultural products that are coming from us. There is availability of reliable and permanent water for production. Those who want to do cage fish farming within the lakes and the rivers, those who want to tap this water for irrigation, those who want to tap this water to help them with their livestock. Water is available. There is the presence of wildlife irrigation scheme, a very big government scheme that was established in the wildlife that is Pakwach account, I think Pakwach district. But if you go there, I think very few people are using it. It is being underutilized. There is fair road network. Although the conditions of the road are bad, there is a fair road network. At least every community you go to, you will find there is a road that at least help you to link you to a nearby market. Those are opportunities. There is available market opportunity, both locally, regionally, and internationally. We have those regional cities, we have the towns around, all of these need food from us. At least our politicians have not disappointed us. They have given us a very good backing politically. There is that political will. There is the presence of water transport for those who want to ferry big things on Lake Albert. At least there is a ferry there. There is the presence of agro-input dealers and other value chain actors. Then we have a presence of government initiatives, availability of development partners, and so forth. I will not read all. There is the media. There is the presence of agricultural research stations and academic institutions. APIZADI is an agricultural research institute within West Nigeria. We have the university. We have a dry agricultural college. All of these help us to do research and also train our students to come out as agriculturalists. There is the existence of some processing facilities. There is a millers within Nebbi municipality here. At least there is some simple cassava processing that is taking place. There is a grain milling machine, I think with a fan on Arua Road, and there is even honey processing machines within. There is the presence of electricity, rural electrification, that is by Wenereko, although we are saying it is not reliable. And lastly, there is available land for industrial park and hub in Nebbi and Morocco. For those who want to establish industries, Nebbi District Local Government, I think through the wise stewardship of our chairman, LC5 here.
518.
Yes, 518 acres of land. Yeah? It is, I think, slightly after Nyarabu. That one is for investors. So if there's any investor who is interested in adding a value to our agricultural products here, then there's an opportunity for you here. Availability of storage facilities, trade, industry, and local economic development departments in district local governments. This could help farmers with business development services and helping them to do collective marketing and bulking of their products. We have also existence of strong cultural and religious institutions which help us to mobilize our farmers, share information with them, like the Keralu, Ledu, Chifudo. We have the diocese itself. When the bishop stands to speak about agricultural production, people listen to him more than any other. So all of these are opportunities for us to engage our farmers to do production. What are some of those critical areas of focus for the diocese? That if we are to lift our people out of poverty, these are the areas that we need to look at. This is a slide of advocacy. Number one, we are saying because of the climate change effects, let us increase access to water for production. Can we promote irrigation? Can we promote irrigation technologies for our farmers? Harnessing the permanent water sources that we have. Can we promote cage fish farming on our lakes and rivers? Number two, we are advocating for increased access to agricultural mechanization with the major focus on tractors. The whole sub-region, actually within the diocese here, the number of tractors that we have cannot reach 20. In Zongo, we have only 4 functional tractors. Cannot reach 20, serving a population of over 1 million people. This is too inadequate. We need to invest in economic infrastructure, especially roads, to help our farmers to transport their produce to better markets. We need to improve the storage facilities and the market centers to add value and also improve the quality of our produce. We need to improve access to affordable, reliable industrial and domestic electricity to promote value addition, to promote those small-scale cottage industries. And to our brother in the Ministry of Trade, we are saying revitalize for us the producer cooperatives and shift cooperative movement from project-based to sustainable cooperatives, which can provide for us the warehouse receipt systems, can do the business development services for our farmers. Why don't we deepen the staffing structure for cooperative to allow at least for deployment of cooperative extension workers at the sub-county? Because a commercial officer at the district, a district with about 15 to 20 sub-counties, really cannot reach all of these people and give the services that are required. We need to strengthen extension services and harmonize uncoordinated information package for farmers. We have had challenges where there are NGOs that are producing Irish potato, but you find the agronomy that we are promoting is even different between them. So we need to harmonize this. And now for you, when you come later, the farmers will tell you you are confusing them. Because this one came and told us, it is planted like this, in rows, not furrows. The other one is saying plant in furrows and not rows. So we need to harmonize this, so that we all speak one language. We need to revise, I think I've already talked about that. We need to increase access and knowledge to affordable credit facilities to our farmers. There are those who are dying to get this, but they do not have the adequate information on how they can access or where they can even get the credit facilities. We need to strengthen linkages with agricultural research and academic institutions to ensure that what we are bringing for farmers is really thought through and something that can help them. And we need to specialize on a particular enterprise across the dioceses. What is that enterprise that we are going to promote as Nebbi Catholic Diocese, as maybe Arua Catholic Diocese, and so on, given the variations that we have. And we need to harmonize and review the enforcement of fisheries regulations on Lake Albert. In conclusion, agriculture plays a vital role in the socio-economic development of Uganda, including our diocese. By addressing the existing challenges and capitalizing on the available opportunities, we can unlock the full potential of the agricultural sector, improve food security, and enhance the livelihoods of millions of people in this region. And I believe that this is very possible. I acknowledge the contributions of the following that made it possible for us to have this presentation. The management and staff of Caritas Uganda, we thank you so much for giving us this platform. Management and staff of Caritas Nebbi, we shall not forget Father Benson for the wonderful support that you gave us. The district production officers of Madokolo, Pakwach, Nebbi, Zombo, and also the municipal production officer. Colleagues, kindly stand up for the occasion. Thank you.
Has been a very good doctor. He has done a very critical diagnosis which has still left people's eye on the board. Thank you very much. I think we give him a more thunderous applause. Doctor, thank you very much. I thought you were going to say that now that we have no age limit for presidency, there should also be no age limit for the fish we get out of the water.
The National Director Caritas, the Bishop, His Lordship the Bishop Catholic Diocese, President Caritas Uganda, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like to appreciate very much Caritas for organizing this very important meeting or workshop. We received a letter inviting the Commissioner Crop Inspection and Certification, Director of Crop Resources in the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And the Commissioner is Dr. Paul Mwambu. But the Commissioner equally had a very important function or an engagement out of the country. And so he traveled and he requested me to come and give this presentation on his behalf. And so, as I speak now, I'm speaking as the Commissioner of Crop Inspection and Certification. My name is Sola Robert Lakidi. I'm a Senior Agriculture Inspector, Zono, it's okay. Here is the northern zone. You heard about the zoning of this country because the different zones are producing different agricultural products. And so the ministry found it wise to have inspectors placed at the different agricultural zones. We have Abizadi, which is in the West Nile region. We have Ngetazadi in Lira, in the Lango, which serves the Lango and the Choli sub-region. We have Nasari in Serere, which serves the whole of eastern Soroti and the Teso sub-region, and also we have Nabuin in Karamoja, which serves the Karamoja area. So for me, I'm supposed to be based at the Ngeta Zadi, but because in West Nile, currently we don't have a zonal inspector placed in West Nile, I also do supervise and coordinate activities in the West Nile region, which is in Abizadi. I'm a scientist, I'm a crop scientist by profession, and I'm based currently at the ministry headquarters in Entebbe. Yeah, so that is briefly about myself. I'm doing this because when we received the letter was inviting the commissioner to give a keynote address on unlocking opportunities in agricultural marketing and rural small farmers. But when I came here and I looked through the program, again I saw I was supposed to make a presentation on the effect of agricultural inputs and the market forces. So immediately I sat down and did very quickly a PowerPoint presentation, but I feel I can as well go through this, the address briefly, because I'm very glad that my colleague from the district has handled most of the issues that I was going to talk about, and you will confirm as we go through what I'm telling you. So I would like to appreciate Caritas for its work of fostering sustained development solutions by working through local partners and the Caritas network to help Ugandans identify and address the root cause of poverty and injustice affecting their lives. This has been said already, and this is a very key thing that Caritas is doing, and we other stakeholders are together with Caritas in this mission. So I want to thank them so much for that. I would also like to appreciate other stakeholders present, because I've seen quite a number present who are working together with Caritas to ensure that these key objectives that Caritas is trying to do is achieved and properly. And I would also want to give apology for the Commissioner, Crop Inspection and Certification Department. That's my Commissioner, Dr. Paul Mwambo, whom I said he traveled out of the country on another official activity, and therefore delegated me to stand in his shoes as the Commissioner of Inspection and Certification. He would have loved so much to be with you here, but due to that unavoidable commitment out of the country for the good of the country, he decided to fly and requested me to stand in his shoes. The rural, small-scale farmers. But these farmers face a lot of challenges, and therefore somebody somewhere need to come up and unlock opportunities for them to be able to perform. Without unlocking these opportunities for agricultural marketing, these farmers will not be able to make a breakthrough. Many of the farmers have been complaining about lack of market for their products. They have been talking of, being cheated by the middlemen, or the aggregators and other people. And so, this is something that we in the Ministry of Agriculture, together with Caritas and other stakeholders present, need to work on to ensure that we achieve together and be happy. Briefly, when we talk of agricultural marketing, what are you talking about? You are looking at agricultural marketing referring to processes of promoting, selling, and distribution of agricultural products from the producers to the consumers. That is it. It involves activities and strategies that facilitate exchange of agricultural goods and services, including crops, livestock, and other agricultural commodities. That is when we talk about agricultural marketing. And this marketing has components. And some of the common components you can see, we have the product promotion. How are you able to promote your products? Okay? How are you able to promote your products? We are looking at market research. We have been telling people, you are talking of lack of market for these products. Do we try to do market research before we go into production? Or we just hear that somebody is doing this crop, and so I should also do this crop? Have you done market research? So that you are sure that if I go into production of this commodity, I have market, already market. Or why not try with the market first? Get the market, agree on the requirements and the standards, then start the production. All this we are trying to look around and see. Pricing. Many of the farmers have been complaining, including last season. The previous season, people did maize, and the price of maize was going for 1,500, 1,600 farm gate. And people got excited, they went into production, and there was a bumper harvest. And after that, boom, the price came to 500. High prices for agricultural produce is crucial for profitability and competitiveness. Because we are now in the global market. Now in the global market, the traders are going to look at the prices. If Uganda is selling maize at 2,000 and Tanzania is selling maize at 1,000, obviously the buyers will go to buy maize in Tanzania and they leave the Ugandan maize. So even if we are doing this, we must know that the pricing of these commodities affects our market and profitability, and so we must have knowledge of how we can price our products. And this pricing, we have to be strategic. We take into account factors such as production cost. How are we able to reduce our cost of production? The previous speakers have been talking about access, road access, infrastructure. If the roads are bad, what is the cost of transporting product from the places of production in the farms to the market? That will add on to the cost of the produce. How are we going to handle the issue of market demand? How are we going to handle the issue of competition? How are we going to handle the issue of quality considerations? Because this market has requirements, what we call market requirements. These exporters, I am privileged that I work with a department that controls exports of agricultural produce. I'm a senior inspector. That means I receive notifications on my phone and in my email every minute, sent by markets outside the country where our products have been rejected due to quality, where our products are rejected due to other reasons, where commodities we have inspectors at border points, where fake products are entering the country, and sometimes difficult to size. And when you look at the label on the pesticide container, it says PHI was harvest interval 7 days. For you to harvest it and take to the market, that is the only way the product is safe. You go to the market to find the tomatoes having residues, pesticide residues. And they are saying they are prolonging the shelf life. They want the tomatoes to take 2 weeks without getting spoiled. How much residue is on that tomato? Is it safe? We look at compliance, quality standards, quality and standard compliance. small-scale farmers, are they able to comply with the standards? Harvest handling, post-harvest losses, poor, inadequate post-harvest losses. I think my colleague maybe talked about that. We will not lack food in Africa. That was a whole literature. I don't know what percentage now is standing at. Policy and regulation barriers. These barriers do restrictions. Import tariffs. They say, give me the products. Europe, we are trading, is actually one of our first market, the international market. We sell a lot of agricultural produce to Europe or the European Union. But they have regulations called the how many of the small-scale, rural, small-scale farmers are able to export or to access the markets in Europe. If we are even struggling, farmers, are they able to do this? So these policies are there. We have the EU directives. We have the Plant Protection Act of 2006. We have the PVP, the Plant Variety Protection Act of 2015. We have the seed policy. We have the Agrochemical Control Act of 2006, which regulates the importation, distribution, and use of agricultural chemical in this country. How many people know about those laws? How about the Catholic Church sponsors some people to talk about some of these things so that the people are aware? Because I'm sure they have radios, community radios and church radios, so that people are aware of some of this.
You may remember it. Johnson Abitekaniza is my name. By God's grace, I'm acting commissioner, business development and quality assurance. But as you see the sounds, substantively I'm in charge of training for business development in the whole country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Now, I want, as I speak, you pick out all the challenges we have listened to. What is the points we can pick to solve this? We are having these departments. One is internal trade. These trade order issues. Other one is an external trade. The people who are responsible for those negotiations out there. I'm saying this because at times when we say Minister of Trade, people think that people are only trading. We have people responsible for the trade outside the country, people who are responsible for trade within the country. We have the people who are in charge of industry and technology. We have a department responsible for processing and marketing. We have a department responsible for business development and quality assurance. I know today if I talked about the issue of quality like I have talked about it there, bringing in the standards issues, we can talk up to we can get as many complaints up to tomorrow. Then we have another department which is responsible for cooperatives. However, as we do all that, at your different levels, we are supposed to be represented by somebody called the commercial officer. You heard in the presentation of my colleagues that their structure is not there. It's not as good. Because it has been approved to have a commercial officer up to a town council level. That approval is there. However, there are two or three things which are challenging and they can be handled at different levels. One, obviously it's the wage bill which government must provide. But when the wage bill fails, our brothers, the chairman, LC5 and the COW and the local government people, I know between 2015 and 2017, we had engagement with the colleagues at local governments when those structures were being approved, and we requested, please don't trade in these positions. What has happened? Somebody, instead of recruiting a commercial officer, he says, for me, I want another person in another department. Then this person in extension is not recruited, and we keep saying the people are not there. That's why you will go in one district, you will find a department which has 8 people in commercial services. You go in another one, they are still what? 2 or 1. My brother in Zongo, are you now having 2 or 3 now? 2. Only 2. And Zongo has how many town councils?
We have 4.
4 town councils. You get me? I know I've talked to my brother Lameti, and I know I have the whole list of the people across the country who are working there. Now, that's why I want to. If they were calling business people, would Caritas in this town be called? Now, but the people we deal with should and say. But as we get out of here, let's know that there are many opportunities. There are many opportunities, but we need to organize ourselves, seek the right information, because I want to tell you, even if you left your children hungry at home, you don't buy fresh terengule to take them to eat. Those of you come from other regions, that the terengule I'm talking about is cassava that is bitter. You don't eat it fresh. You call it terengule, but there are people who call it rutuka in another region. So, the networks you do, can we do right networks? Can we ensure that even if we have a background of the social nature, we are looking at how money makes money? That will change our mindset. However, you don't do that when you don't have trust, when you don't have the commitment, you don't have transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, I shouldn't become a preacher today. There are many preachers in the house, but for business, I want to think that that will add on to our minds. I thank you.
My first question goes to the last presenter. In your submission, you did talk about the minimum standards, and you gave an example of grinding mills in Nebbi which have not installed magnets, and yet that is the minimum standard. It is not only in Nebbi, it's also when you go to Teso, you find the same. As a ministry and as your docket of quality assurance, what have you been able to do to address that issue? Because when you go to the hospitals, people are suffering from cancers and all that kind of thing. That may have emanated from such inadequacies. As your ministry, what have you been able to do? The second question goes to the first presenter. We are all aware that climate change is the challenge, and the farmers are faced with the effects of climate change, and yet we have a fully fledged authority, that is Uganda Meteorological Authority, vis-a-vis the Ministry of Agriculture. Whereas early warning information has been, can I say developed by the Meteorological Authority, the dissemination of the same information has been a gap. So that has affected the farmer's production. He goes into it, and at the end of it all, climate change or climate variability affects. What have you, as a ministry, done in liaison with Uganda Meteorological Authority so that this information reaches the farmer and also equips the farmer in his planning? Number 3, this goes to any of you. Today, when you come to Nebbi, you go to Teso, you find milk mixed with formalin. You find pork is preserved with formalin, meat in formalin. We have read this, we have watched this on TV. As the ministry, with quality assurance, yes, we have evidence. With the ministry that has this quality assurance, what are you doing? There are very many butchers out there that are doing this to save humanity, to save life. What have you been able to do? The last question goes to any of them. Business versus food safety. Today, we are only looking at increasing production, agricultural productions that were able to tap into the market with a bigger production, and that has driven us into the unsafe food, genetically modified, and all that. As a ministry, how are we balancing this business mind versus the food that people consume? I thank you.
The primary definition of agriculture was growing of crops and rearing of animals. To Maif and Caritas, in Pakwat and Greater Nebbi, we have realized there have been a lot of efforts towards supporting crop production, but there has been minimum efforts towards supporting animal production. Most of the times the interventions are only in the areas of vaccination and only coming to provide treatments. There are minimal efforts in the areas of improving feed. So I would also like to ask, what interventions do you have for the future? Or also maybe recommend that you should also maximize efforts in the areas of supporting animal production. The second presenter and also the third one talked about issues of market. Whereas, yes, we say there are markets, but when we are talking about market for us farmers, we look at market in very many areas. Sometimes in our areas, the timing of the market also varies, and also accessibility. That is why most of the time when we are advocating for the roads in Zoom, we relate it to the issues of markets. When they are carrying their products to take to the market, their vehicles die on the way on the road because they are stuck and they cannot access the market. By the time now the people who are supposed to access the market reach, their products are already spoiled on the road. But also sometimes the people who are the market are problems to us farmers. At the beginning, when they are encouraging you to plant, they offer for you rates that are very high. We have had prospects for prices, especially in the areas of cotton. During planting season, they will tell you this time around cotton is going to be at 2,000 shillings per kilo. When the time for harvest comes, cotton has dropped to 400 shillings. Recently in Pakwat, there was an alcohol manufacturing company that came and even distributed seedlings to farmers. Very many people showed interest, including the district leadership, the chairman, LC5, the LC3s. They planted the sorghum. I think it was sorghum. During time for harvest, when time for harvest came, they came with a lot of complications on the quality of the products that they needed, to the extent that then I was the sub-county chief of Valui. My LC3 chairperson who planted 1 acre got only 36,000 shillings. It was a Friday. I recommended to him that let us go to the bar. He took 4 bottles, I took 3. The bar we get to back to the stealing company. So
yes, you will go to the question now. That background is enough.
I conclude by saying, recommending, because I do not want to deny that there are no markets. I'm recommending that we should also empower the farmers, and also sometimes at the beginning sign an MOU with especially companies that come and provide us seedlings. At the end of the day, they change the pricing so that we have a track record and we have somewhere where we can agree and follow up with them. Thank you.
The first presenter talked about corruption. This is my area of emphasis. He said that the leaders who are elected are thieves. But what consoled me at the end, then he said everyone is corrupt. I want to agree with him that when you look at the level of corruption in this country and all over the world, corruption begins right from household level. The best example is husband and wife. When you come at that level, a man who is giving money to the wife to go and buy food, the wallet that he has will never accept the wife to access it. He will be pulling the wallet sideways so that the woman would not know the type of notes that he has. That is already corruption. Now we're going to the woman who has received the money. You go to the market, instead of buying everything, you come to account the person who has given you money. Part of it is going for weekly saving. So that is where corruption is. Now when I look at the government, it's good that some organizations are coming out, like Caritas has come on board. But when you look at all these issues that we have been discussing from morning up to this time, most of these issues are direct to us as women. Somebody mentioned, a presenter mentioned something about, that was Dr. Walter, I think, that the impound fish, again they give people to pay fine of 5 million. If you ask yourself that the fish they're impounding, what type of nets are we using? And who is manufacturing the nets? Is it the local person who has bought it, or there is actually a company who is supposed to be contacted by the government in order to stop he or she who is trying to manufacture it? At the end of the day, the women who are getting the parish model money are going to buy fish. And if they're actually told to stop at the bridge, these are the ones who are going to suffer. Tomorrow they are telling them, pay back the PDM money. Now who is the last person who is going to suffer? It is the local woman down at the grassroots. And some of the women who are suffering buying this fish are the female-headed families. Some women are heading these families, and yet the husbands who gave them the children are alive. And majority of them are huge men, by the way. Very huge. But they are not able to take care of the children. At the end of the day, someone has money, is going to drink. The woman is there suffering with the PDM money. You are being hijacked on the way. Food for thought. Finally, I have, you talked about people who are given opportunities to go and do some work. The best example is the categories of people handling, the people who are given money for PDM. We have our parish chiefs right now. The government has parishes. The parish development money is directed to the sub-counties, to the parish. But the person who is in charge trying to advise these farmers is the parish chief who is a tax collector. How do you expect a tax collector to educate a farmer sincerely? What education does a farmer get in these areas? As ministry, I'm happy that we have the assistant commissioner. Please carry my voice to the ministry. We need extension workers up to the parish level so that we can succeed in this mission. I beg to stop here.
My name is Betty, and my questions, two of them go to the Ministry of Trade. You have told us that you have tried to advise the producers, the millers, to put magnet in the machines, but they have refused. Now we know this is a problem. Since they have refused, what should we do? Who is not playing their role? Or who should we hold accountable? Because we need food-grade materials that can help us to get safe food. Number two, you talked of the tomatoes. I saw the pasted tomatoes there with the chemicals. I also know that in the market and in our butcheries, we have all the meat which is stamped, meaning that it is safe to eat. But in the same market, we buy the tomatoes to go and prepare the safe meat, and the tomatoes are contaminated with the chemicals. Whose role is it to approve and certify the vegetables and the tomatoes taken to our market? Why are those tomatoes not thrown out of market despite the fact of them being contaminated? I thank you.
For raising those questions. It means you have been attentive while following the presentations. The first question to me talks about the effects of climate change and what we are doing in terms of adaptation and mitigation measures, especially in line with the Uganda National Meteorological Authority. My brother, who asked this question, UNMA normally generates for us seasonal forecast on weather, and they also give us forecasts on a daily basis. We also have forecasts that come on weekly basis. And once this is generated, first of all, it is put on the internet for anyone to access. But secondly, we have also linked up with all the radio stations and the media to disseminate this information. And in most cases, you will find the radios struggle to give this information to farmers in the local languages. And for us also, it comes to the district production officers, to the district natural resources officers, and so forth. We also use our networks to cascade this information up to the farmers. We are trying our best. Only that sometimes, as a focus, the information that is given sometimes does not materialize. But we are trying. On our side also, we try to support farmers to do climate smart agricultural practices. These are all interventions to try to help farmers to cope with these effects of climate change. There is a second question that has been asked about adulteration of animal products, pork, meat, milk, and so forth. We have veterinary officers at each and every sub-county and town council. Unfortunately, in some areas, they are not there. But we also have senior veterinary inspectors who are put at the regional level. These ones are supposed to do inspection and certification of animal products before they reach the market for issues of quality and safety standards for our people. Unfortunately, because of the few numbers, sometimes we are not doing the on-spot checks regularly to ensure that our farmers or our traders in these livestock products do not adulterate them. However, our appeal to you is, let us all take this collectively and try to sensitize the butchers and all those handlers of these animal products to ensure that these things are not adulterated. We also help to sensitize the consumers and ensure that when they are going to buy products, they see to it that some of these things are not adulterated. And for meat, and even pork, we try to stamp them, by the way. So if you go to the market and you buy pork or meat that is not stamped, then know that probably this product was not inspected and not certified for human consumption. The last question to me, why is it that there are limited interventions in animal production compared to crops? The truth is, there are interventions, but our farmers will want to see live animals being given to them. There are interventions. The first intervention is the advisory services that we give to farmers. We try to help you to ensure that at least the issues of feeds and feeding is improved for all our livestock. That's the first intervention on our side. And once you do that, at least 70% of the cost in animal rearing, by the way, is in feeds and feeding. So we are helping you to minimize the cost there. The second one is we try to do disease control, treating your animals when they are sick, vaccinating them to prevent against some of those notifiable animal diseases like FMD, foot and mouth disease, and so forth. But there is a third one, improving breeds. We have artificial inseminators of animals, the AI technicians within communities, and we have been operating the artificial insemination services. In some areas we have been doing embryo transfer, and also we are giving sometimes exotic bulls to improve the breeds of our local animals and ensure that there is crossbreeding. So these are some of the things that we have been trying to do. But I know interventions in livestock are quite expensive. But let us also take advantage of the parish development model and other government programs that have come to help you to improve on the genetics of these animals. Thank you.
Every person, woman and man has responsibility to ensure that food is safe. From the farm to the fork of the table. The producer, you as a producer, you must make sure that when you're producing food, you produce it safely. You are using the recommended pesticides, you are using the recommended production and economy, all these other things. The transporter of the food is supposed to ensure that he transport food in a safe way. If the producer produces food well and the transporter doesn't play his role, that food is not safe. If the transporter produces well, the transporter transports well, the market vendor, because they are looking at the safe life, the producer has not used pesticides. The food is organic. Now this person, this lady or man, wants this food to be sold for 2 weeks, the tomato without getting spoiled. He's going to add mancozeb. He's going to add this pesticide, which is dangerous, so that it can prolong the safe life. Not knowing that the researchers at those stations have also come up with varieties which have long shelf lives. This tomato, which is a bit hard, it can stay longer. So instead of promoting that variety, they are using chemicals. Then the food handlers, the cook, someone who is cooking, the one who are preparing. If you don't prepare that food well, that means that food is not safe. The processors, somebody has talked about using food grade materials. You are not using that. You are supposed to ensure that you wash your hands when you visit the toilet, you clean all this to ensure that the food finally reaches the table when it's clean. So let's not point fingers. We are culprits. Everybody is responsible for ensuring that food is safe. Thank you.
Background of life. I may end up adding words that are not being heard. And so I'm going to take as least time as possible. My friend has brought out the issue of self-help in everything we are doing. Two, the issue to do with, we are trying to sensitize. You don't stop telling people. We are continuing to sensitize people. We have even profiled all the millers in this country. By the way, even if I was giving examples of around here, we are looking at we are having the whole country as an eagle's view. Because the other day, some of you could have seen this face with others in parliament, where these parliamentarians were asking us to explain to them about the aflatoxin of the flour that was being refused at the Sudan border. I remember we were telling them we are doing ABCD, and our colleagues in parliament were saying, no, you need to do more. So we are going to sensitize people, we are going to do surveillance. But I can tell you, in one of the districts, we went to do surveillance, and the community collected around us and said, that person is producing good things. Don't close the person. We are not closing the person. We are only trying to work with him to improve the processes. We do inspections in the various places. And yet this person was making these people wine that was maturing in 28 days. Those of you who understand why it can't mature in that period, but the locals were saying what he's doing is the best. Now, the other thing, my colleague has talked about the issue of the metrology but what I want to point out in that, whatever we are doing a multi-sectoral implementation of issues. We are not sitting in one room alone. We call the local governments around the table, we call the other agencies around there. I can tell you in terms of quality, just last week, I was having a meeting which was bringing together partners, GAIN, UNICEF, World Food Program. If the buyers insist on quality, you will be left with nothing other than to comply. So we are also mobilizing all of those various people to be able, if our market is taking the best, the problem we are having is that when I come to the village, the person who dried his beans very well is selling the same price with the one who has mixed things. And that gives it its incentive. But we continue to sensitize. The other issue, for those of you who are coming from the Kampala area, if you are involved in buying meat, you might be seeing all of those butchers these days are having tiles in those butchers and they are having uniforms. It came from the time you people were beginning to complain about the family at the Ano, the person who has the flags around him is selling better meat than the other. When it came in, we went round in each of the butchers. Now, what am I trying to communicate here? You may say, why are you only in Kampala? What we are doing, we have brought together these commercial officers to tell them, these people, our inspectors will not be everywhere. The veterinary officer will not be in every butcher point or in every abattoir. But self-regulation can help. Those people have associations which they should use to regulate themselves, such that when what they are supplying you is good. The other one is about the empowerment of farmers. We are putting to train and also engage various partners to do this. However, you could have heard us talking about who is supposed to offer business development services. Unfortunately, when we talked about standards the other day, I have had various complaints on my desk, people thinking they are going to be pushed out of the market. But our intention is not about pushing people out of the market, is to ensure that people offer the right things on the ground. The issue of staffing I had already talked about earlier. And the other thing you should know, that when you go into value addition, anything that is food, there is mandatory certification. And so you need to work with the various institutions to ensure that there is proper. Don't be like the other man who was to me the other day, when I was telling people about standards in Ushenya, and he said, on Saturday we sold 4 jerrycans of wine, and nobody asked why we don't have standards. Then I asked them, we want patient money, but patient money, we need to be patient and also active. Thank you very much.
Active working. Yes. It is in generating Africa through prayer and work. But I can see it generated people now in the room. And for that matter, I will request that we go for an immediate regeneration. That will be lunch. But slightly before that lunch, allow me ask our presenters for answering these questions.
Our Lord Bishop, other dignitaries at your different capacities, good afternoon. They gave me only 1 minute, so I have not carried any presentation. So don't be worried, it will be just 1 minute. My name is Joseph Ochen. Like he said, I manage Centenary Bank of Nebbi. We are glad to be part of this, and we are glad that the discussion has concentrated more on agriculture. I am glad because agriculture is one of the items or one of the products that we take part in. And the discussions have really very been grateful. I mean, being simplified, confined, and refined within the home area. Our Zombo district officer has really simplified it so much that we don't have a lot to say. We don't have a lot to say about it because he has analyzed our environment into simplicity, and it has come out clearly that there are gaps that we need to undertake. As a bank, we have also realized that we have gaps ranging from building capacity of the locals. We realize that up to today, we are still talking about smallholder farmers. And the government, NGOs, private sectors, name them, from time immemorial have been putting interventions, but we still have smallholder farmers. And it seems to be stagnant. Are we still producing smallholder farmers? Is that our limit? Do we want to remain at the limit of smallholder farmers? We need to keep growing. We need to keep growing. Next year, if Caritas organizes the same, shall we talk about smallholder farmers still? We need to talk about another level of farming. So So as we live here, we need to open up our minds and see how best we can build our farmers, how best we can grow our farmers. We want to challenge the government that it is very true, you have a bigger role to play into financing these farmers, giving them capacity. The rest of the actors, when you look at the agricultural value chain, the rest of the actors come in to support. We appreciate the government, of course. They were giving PDM 1 million shillings, and most of our beneficiaries are farmers. But when we look at the budget to invest into farming at a cost of 1 million shillings, will that go beyond half an acre? Will that reach an acre? It will definitely not. So the bottom line still remains, for us to go beyond smallholder farmers, we need to build capacity of our locals so that they can be able to have more than an acre. To have a budget that any other financer can look at and smile and say, yes, I can finance this farmer comfortably. The second issue is that agriculture, as we know, me and you will agree, it is the highest risky venture one can take. And it is a venture for the strong-hearted. If you're faint-hearted, you'll not invest in agriculture. He just told us his colleague invested, and at the end of it all, got only 36,000, and they went and had fun in the evening. That is how risky agriculture is. So that means risk management should be one area that we should undertake seriously. My people at the ministry level, risk management is what we cannot run away from to develop agriculture. There are various interventions of managing risk, but the best for now would be how we can transfer this risk probably to the insurers. The government has tried to subsidize premiums at some levels, but we are also lacking information. We are only seeing those who are taking insurance benefits and those who come to financial institutions to borrow. The rest out there are not aware that you can actually insure your farm, insure your ventures, and in the event of any occurrence, you're compensated. Some of this information is lacking, and it is one thing that me and you should wake up and pass it out to cover the whole community where we live. As Centenary Bank, we still remain strong so much, and still pledge as Centenary Bank. We are always available, and we shall always be there. Thank you very much.
Continue to have these engagements as time goes on, and because of that is a humble request. Let us not rob each other. When I say 1 minute and you rob me, you will rob the next person, and we shall rob the food.
One time, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, came to Parombo. Yeah, I was still a young boy. And he told people of Parombo, all the time I've received letters and information through your MPs that cotton price. Have you people wedded with the cotton that you cannot live and do other things? They said, is he abusing us? But he's trying to teach us about the traditional mindset. If you are doing something and it's not adding value to you, why can't you get an alternative, which is better? And that is what they are sounding to us today. All these teachings of today summarizes to mindset of our people. You can hear the question, they're saying, ministry, what have you done? Agric officers, what have you done? Commercial, even in cooperative, we have not asked ourselves, what are we doing? So it's mindset. They think it should be RDC to come and push people, that somebody is selling bad meat. They think it is MC5 to come and sensitize. And it is us collective responsibilities. Through us, we can eliminate corruption. Let it start with me in my heart and mindset that I'll never be corrupt. Then I can preach to others too in the families. Then we move elsewhere. I want to say that if I stop without thanking Caritas, particularly the one who Nebbi Diocese, then I will have done a great mistake. We want to appreciate you on behalf of Nebbi District and the entire people of Balloon Land want to say, and also Mario Kola, since the chair is not there, want to say thank you for impacting in our people. Thank you, Caritas. We have seen them happen by saying, even us, however educated we are, even the lazy ones on the street we are talking about, there comes a time when whether you do your cabio and everything, you will feel hungry, you must eat food. Have you asked yourself, where is this food coming from? How much are you contributing to the food in the market, in the store, or anywhere? It is a question for all of us here. In Uganda, we have people who can preach about business, they don't have even chores. There are people who are doing agriculture and preaching about agriculture, they don't have even a garden. It is there in existence. I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but can we start from within here? That in our homestay, on our compound, that we can have a mere kitchen garden. We start from there. Then we add on other things. Lastly, I heard people talking about irrigations and the rest. There is opportunity even with the local government. I think Dr. Kumakei did not tell you. Where you contribute only 25%, the rest, the focal point person is there, people are Joyce. They are preaching to people, they are saying, come and pick money. You pay only 25%, the other 75%, government is contributing for you, and it is in our budget under a mini irrigation scheme. It is there. Free money and free access. So you pay only 25, they give you free solar. And people are not coming. Because for them they say it is dry season. Even I planted my kitchen garden. When I went to Goli, we have tap even on our compound. They say, chairman, it is dry. I got all the kitchen, whatever. The green vegetables were dry. I said, why? They say it has been too hot. I said, but we have tap water here. And now imagine, tap water is just 1 meter away from the kitchen garden, and it is all about mindset. So let us change our minds and then do something better. We have small-scale factories. It's true government have planted, even for us, we have 5 of them here, but no connection to the grid, no connection to the water, and just there, the capacity is so high that even the cassava we cannot consume. The cassava we have even, they are not enough. Nobody should lie to us about the market. Those days, when I call my village people, I say I need 5 chickens. It will not take even 10 minutes. They will say, we have received even in fact more. But today you asked around along the border, even in Thank you so much, and also I'm very happy to have hosted, as a district, not as the diocese, to have hosted Caritas Week this year. Thank you so much. Come back again as we wish to meet you more and more. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, LC5 Chairperson. In the interest of time, allow me to stand on the protocols that are well elaborated by the previous speakers. Allow me add my voice to thank Caritas and the commissioners from Ministry of Agriculture and that of Trade for being here for this important engagement. When we look at the presentations and when we look at so many other engagements that we have, most of them have been lamentations of what is supposed to be done. And I want to now say that as we have this engagement, we should stop that kind of lamentation because it has been too much. When the Minister of Agriculture, when the Commissioner of Agriculture was speaking, he was speaking about poor roads and what have you. Commissioner, as you go back, I request that under the big projects that you have to go with the strong belief that you have a very strong development partner called Caritas. I would request that under the National OECD project, you make sure Caritas across the diocese at least get something. We are talking about 4 tractors only in the Zombo. And under this National OECD project, we have the components of providing tractors. Can some of these tractors go to Caritas wherever it will be, and that will be where we can start and stop talking about a small scale agriculture. Ministry of Agriculture, you are aware, when we talk about poor roads, and if the MC5 chairperson, Madiokolo district, was here, he will even take you 8 home after the ministry ate 4.5 billion shillings under the Agriculture Cluster Development Project, which was meant for the rural roads. And definitely this also affected so many other districts. And I would request that we have talked about a number of issues, but one thing that I wanted us to also think about seriously as Caritas, as Minister of Agriculture, is the issue of preserving our local seeds. You will realize that during the Operation Wealth Creation, I think some of you talked about it, we have seeds that do not germinate. And even as members of Parliament, we were picking maize seeds from Ministry of Agriculture, and at one moment I stopped taking those seeds because people planted the seeds, they wasted time preparing gardens, the seeds never germinated. And that is why, when you look at Operation Wealth Creation, it in fact turned to be Operation Poverty Creation. Why? Because people waste a lot of time preparing gardens. You bring seeds that do not germinate, and this farmer has lost. So I think the issue of local seeds and even local breeds. Recently we have cases here in Madiokolo where one person was given 2 goats, improved the breeds. This person had 14 goats in his home, and then this improved the breeds infected these 14 goats. All the 14 goats died. And you can see that level of poverty which comes to this family. So I think scientists should help us. In fact, one time, somebody told us that as we want to go scientific, we must take caution that the science that we have in many African countries is history of science. That we teach history of science, but not really science, which is applied. Because at the end of it, what we think we are doing as a research does not help us. So I think scientists, the issue of local seeds, preservation of local seeds must be taken.
I think it has been a very engaging and also fruitful moments together. And it seems to me that we narrow down on agriculture, thinking of food, and we know food is essential. So if that is the item that Caritas, Uganda, Caritas, Nebbi wants to narrow down on, I think it's very important. It will help different initiatives like I think others have presented. Also in terms of protecting the environment, as LC5 Nebbi presented to us. But with regard to production of food, or what you call food security, I would like really to appreciate the presentation of the commissioners and also the production manager Zombo for giving us the broad picture of how that can be achieved. And I would like to really ask that you take the points of Honorable Etuka also into consideration, because issues of NGO is very critical globally. It has so many ramifications, consequences that may not be very good for people. Besides the health, I think it promotes poverty more than encouraging many things. So out of love for your people, I think you could take that seriously to the ministry and protect the people you love to serve, if you want to do that. I think it's a powerful voice. And also, Etuka, you're in the parliament, lawmakers, I think you have the responsibility to also to stop some of the business-oriented projects that are destructive to our people. To stop, we need to take care of that. But with regard to food, I share with you a little experience I had while in Congo. I was in Kisangani, and I was working with youth. At that time, war was coming. The war was to chase away Mobutu, then later the consequences of war. So food was a problem, hunger was a problem in the Kisangani area. And it came to my mind and our team in the parish, Kisangani there, that let us emphasize food production. Food production. Being a town, the habit was not there to go and dig and plant, harvest and share. It took us time to make people understand the necessity to produce using the resources that we had. Good soil, good weather, very productive place. Took us time. But one of the slogan we are trying to use to motivate our able people, young people, becomes the king. You are a king because stomach has no retirement age. You retire from many other activities that your stomach will always ask. And that's what gives life. So let us help our people to appreciate production of food, and if it is excess, I think they can get their earnings, the basics, the fundamentals. Let us start from now, serious food production, healthy food to be grown. This is also a project that may help us take off to ensure that our people have first medicine, as they say, is good healthy food. So it is, I think, a good conference that has put us here to think about something that matters. The commitment to plant trees. I think besides being proactive to do that, maybe it's also good to see that. I went to Fort Portal last year, and that place is so green, a lot of trees, to and fro. I never saw from Pakwash to Arua, where you actually want to see trees. You see sacks of charcoal, and I don't know what is happening. Where there are no trees, there are more. Self-destruction is just at our age. And they are bad and they can be stopped. When we are preparing to plant, let us also stop the habit of cutting trees excessively. Besides the charcoal, we have the bricks to burn. Some people are cutting mango trees, which are for fruits, and the shades in the homes for profits which are just short-term. And I think the intelligence should tell us that to be far-sighted is better than being short-sighted. And our society, if it's short-sighted, then it will earn us what we're seeing. But God wants us to see far. And the farther we see, the more sign of wisdom we have. I believe that the fact we don't act on things that are presenting the short-sightedness is showing how far we are prepared to face the reality of our time. They are multiple, complex, and they will be there so long as we are not addressing them timely. Environment issue is really at the center of life today, everywhere in the world. Some places are more affected than others. Ours is very much affected, especially the lower belt from Nebbi to Pakwach and Maniukolo and so forth. Zombo, we can say you're safe, but also good policies will help you protect the little you have. So we pray that tree planting, yes, but let us also stop the bad habits of cutting the trees excessively. Without trees, we may not have life. We need it in many ways. So dear friends, thanks for coming. Today is the first day of our meeting, and it has been so nice. I think we spent much time sitting and listening to one another. I believe that has been enriching also. Let us now give time to go and eat and enjoy. The invitation is those who want to fast, you can continue fasting. But say, I will bless the food and open it all. So thank you very much.
14th National Caritas Week celebration means to Nebbi Catholic Diocese hosting this. To you as the president of Caritas here in Nebbi, what does this mean to you as the head of the diocese?
Yeah, thank you very much for this moment of exchange. The 14th Caritas Week here in Nebbi is an energizing opportunity for us. This exercise has been taking place in the different, we call it ecclesiastical provinces. This has come the first time in Nebbi, and it looks like it is the first time that it has gotten this amplitude, the greatness that is there. You know, in many other dioceses that these were organized, they didn't involve the local people, the local government, as we have done this time. So I think Caritas by itself is love and is to be spread, is to be shared, and that for me is a core message that we develop our people together, with the people, with all the facilities and possibilities together. So it is kind of eye-opening and energizing opportunity for us.
Right. Why this team? Why did you generate this team?
Well, this we explained at the beginning that regeneration is needed for Africa. I think the key guest speaker mentioned that initially there was generation and then degeneration, which came through slavery, slave trade, came through colonizations, and all those historical events that made Africa, instead of going up, was going down. And the sign seems to be clear. Other people, as I mentioned, say that Africa generally is bleeding. It's bleeding because the signs of poverty and suffering are so prominent in the society that we need to uplift our people. And so this topic, regeneration, is a reminder that we need to focus to uplift our people, put more effort in that. How is the question that we are trying to see together. It looks like people say to take off, we need to start with agriculture and do it a little more emphatically and with more dedication. So the regeneration issue is to uplift Africa from where it is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
From this conference that we have had and work upon to see that our people come out of poverty using the agenda of Caritas.
Thank you so much. My name is Orobi Emmanuel, the district chairperson of the district local government. What I had in my mind we had already shared, but I'm glad we thanking Caritas particularly on the theme. And indeed from the biblical point of view, it says when God created, everything was good. But now from here we are saying what have we done wrong and where are we picking up from? And from the food security, now coming to the road issues and implementation and enforcement on especially those ones who are diluting, and also it's affecting quality of food. I'm going to take this one up in the District Security Committee and we see how we can carry out enforcement. But also there is also in other areas like they say, how can we partner with the church, particularly Caritas, in order to make things better of food security. I'm glad to also inform you that I wanted to share this with the bishop. Whenever we are doing distribution of inputs, we always consider churches, particularly this church, let me to be specific. And indeed, in the recent distribution of tractors to the districts, for us as the district local government, we have already made one consideration for this church, and it will be the discretion of the bishop whether it comes to Caritas or any other parish that is doing well. I've already fixed appointment with the bishop. Next Tuesday I'm coming with the RDC, then we hand over the tractor for them, to them, and then they see. But also take home,
is that from the little that we have, we need to do more. And people have been saying there's no prices for agriculture or agricultural produces, but from here we have learned from the presentation that we have a lot to do and mobilize our people surrounding agribusinesses, and there is ready market. And also through this we need to also address issues of quality assurance. That is the areas that I'm taking home, and we will make sure we work along that. Thank you so much.
Why do you think food production is still low in this region? Much as we have a lot of land, and yet we are really known to be an agricultural country generally.
And not really as such that food production is low, but how we redistribute the food we have. You have heard in some already that have given names to banana due to overproduction. Yet here, if you go on the market in Nebbi and Pakwash, even Okolo, you rarely see a bunch of around 10 bunches of banana. Now, how do we redistribute? That's why they brought in the issue of road connectivity and road issues, which we have been routing even through the church, through political fora, and the rest. We are saying we need our road worked on, paved and tarmac. That is the major outcry for our people in this area. And that one goes to central government. I have a good news which I don't want to break myself, is not within my authority, but what we have been tipped that already at cabinet level, it has been made, consideration has been made. But what we can say for now, we need mindset change in our people, because last time in here we produced a lot of pumpkins and they call it accumulator. Others gave you the name Kufa, Lipo. Now again, you are hearing in somebody, they are calling it that soldiers are in lorries. That is the name they are giving to what? To overproduct, to bananas. Yet in other areas, people are lacking. What can we do out of the maximum we produce is what our people need to change their mindset on. And also appreciate God and appreciate their productivity and hard work that they can earn out of it instead of despising what they have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
We also have quality assurance departments, directorates, and many other agencies that we have in this country that are able to actually guide our farmers.
Yeah, thank you very much. The direction of improving exports and reducing imports is an issue we need to put interventions with the supply constraints. In supply constraints, I'm looking at the issues of quality, but before we go to the quality, we have to look at the issue of quantity. Our people need to be mobilized through the cooperatives that will help leverage on the quantities that we can have from various places. If it's say hash avocado, the other day somebody wanted 60 tons every 2 months, which you don't have, and therefore people must leverage on the numbers to be able to raise the quantities. But those quantities must be of good quality, and that needs a lot of sensitization from the ground level, because our communities have usually thought that they are producing for others. But if they know that to access the market you must have good quality, they will be able to produce good quality products. Even at our level of promoting by Uganda, we are still having issues there because the quality and quantity constraints are there. Leave alone the issue of consistency of supply. Our Ugandans at times want to supply by samples, where you have white beans. You can only have maybe 100 tons in a district, and yet somebody wants to, if you supply white beans this month and wants other next month, unable to supply, then you will have made the market fail. So for the country, that's why you could have seen us emphasizing people must go through cooperatives to manage the quality and quantities, and then do proper trust and loyalty to their cooperatives and have good governance in them, with the transparency, in order for them to play better in the marketing space. If they don't have the trust and transparency, still the members will not be able to supply them. But however, I need also to add this very fast. We are coming up with which has been there. We need to operationalize the Uganda warehouse system. It will also help in terms of controlling through quality through storage, and enable the people to leverage on the financing bit of it, because the warehouse system helps in the financing of products, but also if the people can be active and loyal participants in their own cooperatives, the issue of financing will be leveraged. Because even when we go to other banks and financial institutions, the issue of terms and conditions of this financing is a big challenge, that at times people receive money that is not comfortable for the businesses that they do because of the terms and conditions of those financing modalities.
All right, how can Caritas, which is one of the charitable organizations, be supported by Ministry of Trade to achieve the theme of regenerating Africa? And so what is up there for such organizations that have come on board to support government in its implementation of the programs towards sharing poverty?
A lot is there because we share the mission, because as a country we are trying to transform from peasantry to a wealthy and a middle income status. The country has clearly seen that, and Caritas is also in the same vision. So we may not support the institution per se, but in its interventions, government will have an inroad into those interventions. For example, when we go into promoting value addition, and they are also dealing with people who are in value addition, so the interventions we give in that line are able to help them succeed. When we look at the policies we have put in place that are supporting these interventions, like the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, the Grain Trade Policy, the Cooperative Policy, the MSME Policy, all of those policies support the activity. So the government is putting a good environment in which them as an institution can work to be able to deliver their services to regenerate the Africa as they have stated it, and now for Uganda specifically, because whatever we are doing, we have those interventions for the country, we have interventions for the region as East African community, and also for the African Confederation of Trade Area. And so the interventions we are doing are directly impacting on the services we are offering to the communities.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So maybe Catholic Diocese. All right. As the National Director, Caritas, what does the service or the services that are being provided by Caritas mean to that ordinary person, in as far as helping that person to come out of that state that the person is in here?
Thank you very much. I'm Father Hilary Muhezangangu, the National Director of Caritas Uganda. And today we are here in Nebbi, Catholic Diocese, during the Caritas Week, the 14th Caritas Week. And the discussions that have come out of this really already indicate that Caritas speaks, not only speaks, but also touches the heart and the soul of the human person at the grassroots. We are a Catholic organization of the Uganda Episcopal Conference. We cover the whole country, 19 dioceses, and within the 19 dioceses we still go down using our church structures in a non-discriminatory manner to reach out to the least vulnerable people and the would-be first people. Some people call them the last people, but I want to call them the first people, to support them. And we support them through especially giving them knowledge and skills, and also bringing them together. And this is, I think, what is most important to us, because the people need the basics of life. They need food, they need water, they need energy, they need transportation, they need electricity, they need all those things. In some areas, people have given up. They think electricity is not for them. And this is for us to affirm to them that it is human dignity demands that you get all these things. You need a decent home, You need a decent toilet. You need to live in a dignified manner. And those are the services we offer. And as we offer these services, we are promoting a full person, both body and soul. Body and soul. So those are things that we do. And as we do them, one of the challenges we find is that we struggle internally as a church to look for the money to do the work of the government. And the government gets a lot of money and spends it elsewhere, actually knowing who actually can even do this work better. Wherever we have organized events such as this, members of parliament, ministers, and other people have come up to say, I think some of the government programs should be given to the church to implement. And I don't think we have succeeded well in this kind of collaboration. Even when they come to us and ask for proposals, we write them, give them to the government officials or those who matter, and when we follow up, there is no response. And I think this is where a gap is. We as a church are looking at the same person the government is looking at. And I think the contribution of the church cannot be undermined in this country. We go to schools, we go to hospitals, we go to banks, we go to insurance, we go to every sector. How can we now fail in the area of production, especially of food? I think this is where we need to come stronger. So mine is to appeal again to the members of the parliament, to the ministers, to those who have the powers, to know that instead of creating parallel institutions and organizations, it's very important to identify institutions that are already there to do the service, to offer the service. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think
the common man on ground yourself, I have seen the situation on ground. What do you think could be the main challenge that needed to be tackled if we were to empower the local farmers that are still in subsistence economy?
Yes, thank you for your question. Dr. Walter Kumagesh, the District Production Officer of the Zombo District of It's true we have been dealing with the farmers on the ground, and the challenges are many. But the main challenges currently are two. One, we have a challenge with climate change and climate variability. The weather has become so unpredictable. Cases of floods, cases of waterlogging, and so forth have become high. And that hampers their level of production, and it usually destroys the little crops that we have put together. Two, we still have challenges of mindset. Our farmers year in, year out are doing traditional methods of farming. Someone just sees that a colleague is planting maize and beans, and therefore he also feels he should plant that for subsistence. And that has been a challenge with our farmers. And when we also look at the mindset, you find setting the price. Therefore, if we are to help our farmers to come out of this situation, then number one, on our side, as we have been trying, we are promoting a climate smart agricultural practices. That we need to help these farmers to adapt and cope with the effect of climate change. And that means that as a government, as NGOs, we try to give them technology, productivity enhancing technologies. You give them improved seeds, you give them improved planting materials that can help a farmer. So that input, the planting materials and seeds, can mature in a very short time, but also give them high yields. That's one. Two, we are also trying to sensitize, of course, giving them extension and advisory services on timely planting, on effective and efficient application of agrochemicals like fertilizers, like pesticides and so forth, that can help. But thirdly, we have been advocating that the farmers need to work in groups, need to work in associations, and need to work in cooperatives, so that it becomes easier for them to aggregate their demands, aggregate their produce, and have at least a stronger bargaining power, and even aspects of reduced cost when it comes to production.
All right, thank you.
The President of Caritas Nebbi, on behalf of our National President, and everybody is going to launch the exhibition officially. Your Excellency, we invite you, and then we move on with the inspection. Thank you. These exhibitors, hello, they are opening it officially. You are observing without it being officially open. Can you give some few minutes? It is launched officially by the President, and then you can move at your free time. Thank you. Your Excellency, you are welcome.
So, good evening, dear viewers now. Yeah, once again, I think it's another nice phase of our activity of the day. We have been talking about theories. Here now we have come to see the fruits of our work. First of all, I would like to thank all those who have been following some trainings and preparations to produce one thing or the other as a promise of the acceptance of contribution of Caritas in the formation and development of our people. As they show us, as they expose this, I think we encourage them, and I will invite what you can buy, please buy. I think it will be also some kind of encouragement and blessing to the work of Caritas with the people. And now, as time goes, I declare the expo open to all of you.
The National Director, Caritas Uganda, some few words, then we shall start moving from the first exhibitor and we'll wind up on the other side.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank Excellency, the President of Caritas Uganda, for today, Bishop Raphael, for opening for us this exhibition. And I believe, dear farmers, our presence here should motivate you to even do more, so that in the future we do even bigger exhibitions than this. But also we encourage you to sense, to sniff actually, and make sure that wherever there is an exhibition, you appear, because the more you appear in other people's exhibition, the more experience you gain, and also the more fame you gain, and your things will sell faster. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Okay. To the exhibitors, we are giving ourselves to introduce who we are, where we are from, in terms of the diocese, and then the products and services we are offering. Thank you.
Yes, Propolis. I also do training. I train
the youth, the women on value addition. This you're seeing here is beeswax jelly. It is so good for anybody, for a child, for you as an adult. It helps on so many things. If you have rashes, itching, you have cracked heels, if you have somebody who has maybe you have joint problems, you use it for massaging. You can use it for babies. It's so good and very smelly, very nice. And then we do also have propolis. Propolis is also a bee product. It is that gum the bees use for sealing off their entrances, and it is so useful. It cures ulcers, cough and flu, arthritis, colon cancer. It also helps on allergy, immune booster. It is so useful also for chickens that are normally falling sick and dying in your villages. You use it, you keep it in the container. Thank you so much. We are across Nyachara called Smartway. Please, my telephone number is 0772-515724. Please come and buy these products. They are very natural. Thank you.
Thank you. We have heard we can locate where Emma is.
I'm Steven from Caritas. Here we have our products. We have the catfish fingerlings and the tilapia fingerlings. So we have the actual where we are producing from, and we sell it to our other farmers. Then others will also stock in our farms. So tilapia, each of them goes to 200, then catfish goes to 700. But it depends on the size. Sometimes you can be there more than that. And also we have the fish feed facility, whereby we are using the local material, the soya, rice bran, sunflower, then silverfish. All these ingredients we formulated to make our fish feed. So we fertilizing, then later we can sell it to other farmers, and we look always can use it to feed our fish also. And also we have the Media for Cancer School, where we are training farmers level 1, that is 6 months. Then at the end we are being assessed by DNG. We are located in Nebbi village, in Kulu, within the outside. Thank you.
What we are seeing is I can say not the biggest size of catfish. This one, the small one we are seeing, that is the product. In Caritas School Diocese, we don't have only one activity.
From Caritas School Diocese, we are also promoting the issue of biogas in the community, and also gas sharing among the community. Because we are also seeing how people they are cutting down trees. So biogas you use with the cow dung, chicken waste, pig drop, and to produce gas. So if you construct biogas at your own place, which means there will be no use of using firewood and charcoal. And biogas is a renewable energy. And the waste product which is already used inside the biodigester, you use it as a fertilizer where you will be applying it in your garden. And the same waste product which is already used, you will also use it for spraying your crops, and also to feed the pigs, and also to feed the pigs. Yes, thank you.
BD project. We work with the refugees. Here with me, I have two representatives of the refugees. I would first of all introduce myself, and they also introduce themselves. By name, I'm called William Anyolito. I am the team leader for Caritas Uganda BD project.
Thank you, everyone. By the names of Elizabeth Nyoka, one of the Caritas being trained under skills guys.
Thank you, welcome. I'm Dolu Gloria. I work with Caritas Uganda. We do value addition on farmers.
Thank you, everyone. I'm called Tabu Amina, the staff of Caritas Uganda. Pilipili project. Thank you.
Now in Pilipili, Caritas Uganda is supporting 12,000 refugees in agriculture as well as skills, marketable skills. That's why you are able to see all this in front of you. We support refugees to make liquid soap, bar soap, shoes, sweaters, and also the Jewish as well as cash up. So how they make them, and then the process it takes, I'll invite Gloria to just briefly explain to us. Gloria.
It's okay. As like or mango trees, once we buy the mango trees from the market or we pick it from the garden provided by Caritas Uganda. After buying them, we do sorting. After sorting, we wash them. After washing, we use a machine whereby you put it here. After that, then we use other food colors. We add food colors, sugar, and so on. Then after that one, there we put to the fire and we boil it indirectly. After 30 minutes, we carry it down, and if it's cool, we pack it.
Okay.
So we have the packages in various forms. This is 5 liters, and then we have the one for 1 liter, and 3 and so forth.
Okay.
And so tasty. I would have wished that before you leave this ground, at least you come back and pick one to support the refugees.
Okay.
Then also we have these shoes, go back to school. I know the children are already in school, but it will be important also to support the refugees.
Yes.
They are very, very cheap and long lasting.
Okay.
As for the products that you have seen on the display, we are very happy to display them today to you. So we would wish all of you to buy, to support us in the camp.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Noel Bagaru from Centenary Bank with my colleagues. They're from Centenary Bank. Women loan to help the women basically. Then we also have our different services and
Center Mobile is what I need.
is Center WhatsApp banking, where you can access it at the convenience of wherever you are. You just have to save the telephone number and you're good to go. We have Center Visa card, where you're able to withdraw money from anywhere you are, as long as it's an ATM, because we also do Interswitch. We also have MasterCard, where you're able to withdraw to a tune of 10 million per day, and very many other products and services. Thank you.
Wouldn't love to miss this opportunity to associate with Caritas Nebbi. So that's why we took this opportunity to come over and exhibit some of the products that we have as MTN Uganda. Being the leading telecom communications company in Uganda, we decided to come with a few products that we do have. We are doing SIM card registration here. For just a paltry 2,000 shillings, you come over with your national ID, and then we do registration for a new line for you. So just if you qualify for just a paltry 49,000 shillings, that is the initial payment that you make, and then we go on and process and provide you with the phone. So you can opt to either pay daily, weekly, or monthly, and you pay that for a period of 8 months. And after the 8 months are done, the phone is perfect for you. And then we do have the MiFi, which connects 3 people, just in case that at home maybe you have a variety of people and you don't want to keep on sharing, sharing data. You just load data on the MiFi, and then all of you at home can have access to internet at home. So those are the various products that we are sharing here, and we call upon all the farmers, everybody, all the corporates who are around. You can please come over and then partake of the free products that we have here. So feel free to come. All the necessary information that you'd like to get from us is available here at our desk. Thank you very much.
From Doklo Cooperative and the Caritas Lira. Here we have now 90 and we have the soybean flour. We use the grinder for grinding it. And this one is the blender we use for making soybean meal. But as for now, we are lacking power. So our milk is not ready. That is our challenge here. Thank you.
You didn't talk about the milk.
For us here, we have the farm of Caritas Nebbi. Here we have the different color of beans. The yellow ones, the white one. Then that one we have Irish potato. All these we get from our gardens. And here Caritas taught us how to plant it. 30 kilos you will plant for 1 acre. 1 acre, if it is good yield, you will get 4 bags or 5. By bad luck, that year there's too much rainfall, we get small. Why you see here we have small. Then another one, this one will add for you.
We have Irish potatoes. This one here for consumption, and that one seedling, the small one there. And when planting, you have to cultivate. You see how the soil is. As we are taught, Caritas taught us very well. And you see that one is up there, Jamokoro, that type. And this one we call K20, this type of bean. You see, all the vine is all the same. And then the sweet. They are good for eating. Yes, we get a lot. But you pray for us.
How much do you sell a kilo?
A kilo of 5,000. And a percent of Irish, 35,000. Yeah.
Welcome to Kunita Family Winery. We make wine from grapes, fresh grapes. This is not very ripe. We make it when it is very ripe, it will become completely black actually. That's what we use for making our wine. We blend our wine to inspire wine, organic grape wine. We normally don't want it to be drunk, but we want it to get inspired. That's why we use that name. So we also have different wine ingredients. To enable you to have a perfect wine, you have to use to balance the alcoholic contents, to make it mature within the shortest time possible, or to make it last longer, or if you want to make it natural and make it longer. As a businessman, you have to sometimes some good wine which can make it great for you within the shortest time possible, so that you can really good. We also have packaging material, the boxes, the bottles, the tops, the sealing, the wine. Our wine is the best wine you can take. We also customize our bottling to suit your occasions. So ready. In the Bible, they drank wine during wedding, not beer. So whoever is wedding, please don't buy beer. Because it's not biblical. You buy wine. So we are also going to give you a sample.
Welcome to our college. Adra College is and we are into education, training and research in a bid to promote growth, and security in our rural communities. So with us here we have products which have been processed from Adra. We have honey, the biggest container is 7 liters, weighing 140,000. Then we have one for 1.3 liters, weighing 25,000. Then 5 ml, weighing 6,000. We have propolis. Propolis is one of the best products from Adra. It helps running nose, flu, sore throat. If you have sensitive teeth, it's the best product. So before you go, you can taste and see how and what Adra is made up of. In a bid to strengthen training, research and education, we have come up with manuals here to help train our farmers so that they can produce various enterprises. We have poultry for poultry production, we have vegetables for vegetable production, we have a manual on pig production, we have a manual on goat rearing, rearing of bees. Each home is going at a cost of 30,000 only. So before we leave the stand, kindly promote us, and with us here we have technical people who produce honey in the most organic manner. Our honey is the best in the country, and their research which alludes to that. We won a award for being the best honey in the country. So thank you so much, and before you go, my Lord Bishop. No price.
So we thank for, first of all, opening the exhibition and for visiting all the stores. We were told today that the work we do is biblically founded, and so we begin our work with prayer, and also we conclude with prayer. So after the bishop has signed the visitors book of the Franciscan brothers, we request him now to bless us, to bless the exposition, so that people are free to be moving around, and that blessing also will mark the conclusion of this day. So my Lord, kindly bless us.
Spirit, Amen. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. God, our loving Father, we ask you to bless the works of our hands, that they may produce fruits, and fruits that can sustain us and make us grow stronger in being propagators of life. We ask you to bless all these initiatives being taken by the different groups of Caritas around the country. Bless them all, and at the same time also prepare them for the better celebration of Easter. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. The Lord be with you. And with your spirit. May God Almighty bless and protect you. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Have a lovely evening.